Hello, it's Saturday, May the 2nd, 2026. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. All right, thank you for joining us. We appreciate all of you. Today we are starting in a different way. I start usually by playing videos, highlighting stories that may go under the radar for most of us. What I'm going to do today is that I'm going to still play videos, but I will spend a little bit of time with you explaining why those videos are important. Let me start with this one.
That has scared the shit out of me because a lot has been positioned in Nigeria to kill anybody. We're just moving cops. We're just waiting to be dropped. If Boko Haram kidnappers do not kill you, the law enforcement agency can kill you and nothing can happen. Now, if you may know, the Nigerian military released a statement stating that Abdul Samad was killed during a crossfire. Now, what that means is that, according to the explanation by the Nigerian army, they said that there was a robbery attack in Abdul Samad area. They went there, to repel the robbery. At the process, a flying bullet hit Abdul Samad. That story does not add up. That story is not true. The reason why I'm saying it's not true is because based on the videos we have and the testimony of Abdul Samad's sister and the neighbors, look at this video. You could see the military that shot Abdul Samad, the army personnel that shot Abdul Samad, those two army guys that is still unknown to us right now. They jumped fence. They came in through fence. Okay? And if you look at the bullets they fired, at least you could count like 1, 2, 3 bullets. It was not one targeted at that door. Now, Abdul Samad was not outside during that period. He was inside his room that you cannot just access. You will pass the passage, the sitting room, before getting to Abdul Samad's room. So the flying bullets crossed the door. The first flying bullet did not make it. It hit the door. You could see it. The second flying bullet entered and hit the wall. Then the third flying bullet eventually splitted the head of Abdul Samad. It must really be a very deliberate flying bullet to kill Abdul Samad. And the military are telling Nigerians that it was a crossfire. You know why this thing is paining me? It's paining me because few days ago, I was here on this social media space crying on how the Nigerian army should be treated well, the kind of food they eat. Even as I'm making this video, people, the army personnel in the war front or wherever they are in Maiduguri, they are still sending me videos and pictures of the kind of food they give them. So I'm having this feeling right now that the people I'm defending are still the same people killing us. Now, the Nigerian police, you people need to come up and tell us the truth. You people saw those two army that killed Abdul Samad. You saw them. They wrote statement. What did they write? The Nigerian police need to tell us also, was there actual armed robbery attack in that vicinity? Armed robbery happened. Is it not supposed to be police that respond to armed robbery? Which time army can't enter? The police, were you informed that there was armed robbery attack in that vicinity that time? The Nigerian police need to tell us this. And the Nigerian army, people need to tell us the truth. Because I'm scared. I'm scared I'm so scared that a policeman can just shoot somebody and say it's a crossfire, everybody move on. Army can just shoot somebody and it's a crossfire, everybody move on. So Nigerians, Abdul Samad's death is not something we should sweep under the carpet. We must investigate and know what actually happened, because it looks like assassination. Because if we don't investigate and get the true facts of what's really happened, you and I, we're in danger. We're not just in danger because of the terrorists, we're also in danger because the law enforcement that's supposed to protect us might still be after our lives. Please, Nigerians, chook mouth.
All right, that was Justice Crack, a social media critic, talking about two things. One was a youth copper that was killed by the military. The military are saying that it was accidental discharge or something, or accidental killing. He also talked about videos he received of the food that our military were serving. Now you can see how the two stories matched. Before this video, he made a video talking about what the military were serving, the food they were serving officers on the front, that they were horrible for people to eat. And then he made this video about the killing of this youth copper. Now, why I'm showing this to you is that Justice has disappeared. Yes. The wife couldn't find him, suspected that the military or picked him up for making these videos. It's very important that we pay attention, especially those who have a kind of superficial understanding of what the media do in Nigeria, the danger in the role they play, and the idea that they could be replaced by regular people like this. Because now he was picked up, there is nobody to push for his case, to say this is not right. It's left for us, all people who believe that citizen reporters are necessary, to come out and do something and make sure he's found. This is a message sent by his wife.
Till now, I've called his line from that Tuesday. I've been calling his line. It rang once and nobody picked. Ever since that time, no, it didn't ring again. The messages that I've been sending to him, all delivered once, And I thought, I was just confused, but I didn't even know what was happening. Like I said, it's unlike him. If he's late, he will call me. If he's not, he has never even slept out of the house. So, I don't know. Please, Nigerian government, I need you to please bring my husband back to me, back to my children. They need their father. My daughter is just 6 years old. My son is just 11 months.
All right. I hope that touches you. I hope you understand the danger that people in the media space, they face every day, and why we should be vigilant and be engaged and be involved. Last week also, we saw a horrible video, and that was that of a police officer who shot an unarmed, handcuffed man. I can't play that video for you here because of, for obvious reasons, I can't play that video, but I'm sure most people saw that. But what I can play for you is the reaction from the police authorities. They made a statement and essentially, let me play that.
To the fourth headquarters in Abuja. The officers were compelled to face the full weight of the internal disciplinary machinery without delay. The fourth disciplinary committee was already in session, and I directed that ASP Noru Usman and the other superintendents of police face FDC directly. At the same time, the three inspectors involved were tried by Odleru Tribunal. Findings and recommendations. The investigation confirmed without any ambiguity that ASP Nuru Usman acted in gross violation of Force Order 237, which governs the use of firearms in Nigerian police, and established standard operating procedures of Nigerian police. No level of criminal suspicion against a citizen justifies extrajudicial killing. Our duty is to protect lives, not to extinguish it. The following recommendations have been made. Dismissal from service. The FDC and Odleru trial have all recommended immediate dismissal of ASP Nuru Usman and the other officers involved in this matter. Criminal prosecution. Upon dismissal, all officers will be handed over to the appropriate judicial authorities to face criminal charges for unlawful homicide. Police Service Commission ratification. In line with the constitutional requirements, I have formally forwarded these recommendations for dismissal to the Police Service Commission for final ratification. Let me state for records, the actions of these officers do not reflect the value, training, or standard of the Nigerian police force. They acted against the police proper procedures and violated Force Order 237. The Nigerian police is an institution built on the rule of law and will have zero tolerance for lawlessness within our ranks. No uniform is a license to kill. No uniform is a license to kill. My message to the people of Delta State and all Nigerians: I extend my deepest condolences to the family, friends, and community of late Mene Ogidi. A life has been lost, and no statement can fill that void. But I give my word, justice will not only be done, it will be seen to be done. I appeal to the residents of Delta State and the nation at large to remain calm and law-abiding. Do not take laws into your hands. The era of impunity is over. You are demonstrating that every citizen, regardless of their uniform, is accountable under the law. The Nigerian police force belongs to the people. We will continue to purge our ranks of those who betray our mandates. Justice for Nene Ogidi will be swift, transparent, and absolute. I thank you for listening.
All right, that was IG of Police, Disu, appealing to the public. This is the question. From all accounts, if you read his stories, this police officer, or ex-police officer, had a long history of abusing people. And there are many officers like that across Nigeria. We know them. The police, they know them. Where they dropped the ball wasn't when he killed that man. The way he killed the man in front of everybody, with people with cameras, showed you that he had done that before several times. Where they dropped the ball was that, from reports that I read, which you can read online, the man had been transferred from several police stations where he acted in similar manners. Maybe not kill people, but abuse people. We don't know the details. But they didn't take action until this one happened in public. It made me remember what happened with the Catholic Church, with priests who abused children. They were transferring them from one diocese to another, one parish to another, instead of dealing with them. The Nigerian police, what they should reassure the public is not just that the era of impunity is over, it's also to go in and fish out so many so many of their men and women who have long history of improper behavior and weed them out. There are some that are not beyond retraining. There are some that are beyond retraining. Those are the officers who hear say things like, I can shoot you and nothing will happen. There are many. We see them on the streets of Nigeria every day. They are still saying that today. The only reassurance or assurance that the IG can give to Nigerian people is to say that we are going to go through a revolution, retraining of all police officers. Not to wait until somebody is caught on camera. I'm sure this guy must have done the same thing. Just imagine being a suspect left with a guy in a cell, in the forest, on a road that nobody's around. What he would do if he could kill in front of everybody. So that's it about that. There are so many sad stories, and I will share one more. This one touched me because it's in the field that I'm involved in. Let's watch.
Hey, Nigerians. I think this period now, my life is being threatened. Everybody around me now, they are police people are carrying them, investigating them because of the video I made about this book. And why I did this video is because, see, I have 2 kids. This is my first son. I read something from this book that did not sit well with me, and I came out to the public to share my opinion. Because in my head, I was like, if I leave these 2 and to go get something from the other street and something happened to, and this one did something, I wouldn't know where the thing is coming from. I will read it again. I will read that passage that made me came online. Because now they are threatening me. They are threatening my family. Everybody that is close to me, they are picking them up one by one and asking them questions. This book, look at what I read that made me came online. Once upon a time, there was an old man who had a very fat dog. The dog and the old man loved each other. One day, the old man kept a big meat near the fireplace and asked the dog to look after it. But the dog slept off, and a thief came to steal the meat. This made the old man sad, and then think he must punish the dog. The next day, he put an iron in the fire, and when it is very hot, he went to where the dog was asleep again and put it inside the nose of the dog. The pain made the dog run mad and ran away from home. This passage was what made me came online and asked, as a first-time mom, that my children are my priority. And I read this, and I came online to ask a question, that is this the book that they are reading now? I only asked a question if it is the book that they are reading now, and if it doesn't sit well with me. And now they called me when that thing went viral. They called me to take down the post. The lawyer in charge, I don't know them, because many people were calling and threatening me. But the first person that called me he said he's a lawyer. I've forgotten what his name is. He said I should take down the post. And I said, I'm taking down the post because I don't want issue. I'm not doing this thing for trend. I'm not doing it for content. I just want to ask a question because information have been passed through internet. I just want to ask a question. If that is what children of 5 years, they must be 2 child, is reading now. I went to school. I did not read this kind of thing. I went to school and I believe every other parents, please come to my aid, please. Because my life is being threatened. I took down the post, and when everybody were chatting me, when they were threatening me, I told them, I have brought down the post. I don't want issue. Even the school where my son is going, they could not even defend the book. They can't defend the book. What the lady is telling me is, if you write 3, on the ground, different angles will give you different meaning. But you know that this thing now is plain English. It takes, I don't know the kind of level of understanding you will have to take and explain to these kids. This age that they are is what they see that they do. For goodness sake, I am just trying to save my child.
All right, so that was the video she made when she started receiving threats from different people. Eventually, she was arrested, according to stories, by the author of the book. And somebody went and met the author and asked, why did you take this step? Let's watch it.
As a foreign society.
Yes, sir. So we want to know who you are.
Yes, I'm Mr. Yengbe, the author of the book. The lady has been parading with my picture on it. So, in fact, in a situation like that, you don't really have anything to say.
Sir.
Even I did not even want to talk at all, because the people don't even want to hear my own side of the story. They allow sympathy to blind them. I just wonder how gullible we are in this country. So now that you people have come, well, I will respect you people and open up to say one or two things as regards the situation. That's it.
Okay, sir. You have heard the news.
Yes.
And ever since then, we have been expecting you to come online to dispute or screen whatever that has been said against it.
Oh, no. I don't need to do that. I'm not a social media man. Social media is not my arena. After all, the lady invited me to social media to come and clear some things to her. I did not even answer because she did not buy the book on social media. My number is on the book. My address is on the book. My email is on the book. She couldn't get to me through any of those means. The next thing was to go to social media and she discredit the book, discredit me before, now inviting me that I should come to social media to come and explain. She's too small for me to explain to. Because at the time I started teaching, she was not born. She was not born. I knew how many years I spent in teaching before I resigned to be doing what I'm doing. So, if she cannot respect me by calling my line, by contacting me through the email, by coming to my office, then why will I not go and meet her on social media?
Sir, are you against anyone review your book on public domain?
No. Anybody that wants to succeed, anybody that wants to move forward, should be happy when he is corrected. You understand me?
Sir, then tell us your grievances concerning this.
Yes, let me answer you. Whether you are corrected in secret, in public, correction is correction. But I have some videos. I'm not on social media, but some people that know me that saw this thing, they sent some videos to me. If I play some of it for you now, you will discover that the girl was not doing correction. She wasn't doing correction. I have those videos here. She was criticizing and telling the government that it should ban the book. And this is a book that has been in circulation for years. So, why will I not be talking? Why will I not be talking? It's not a criminal book. It's not a criminal book. As I'm seated here, I will still tell you that there is nothing wrong with what I wrote. If anybody is not satisfied with what I wrote, it's a matter of differences in opinion. That I have written something is not in line with your own opinion does not make it wrong. It does not make it wrong.
So will you tell us what exactly that story is all about?
Good. The story is about an old man who had a dog, and the old man was leaving home.
So where I lost him entirely was where he said that the woman was too small for him to respond to, and that what the woman was doing was criticizing, not correcting. We're in trouble in that country. Deep trouble. All right, let me round it up. A few other things. This one is funny. Wike, the minister in charge of the federal capital, came out to announce happily that the president, while he was coming for that press conference, the president called him and said he should give land to all the 70 people nominated to be ambassadors. 70 people. I'm thinking, is the land in Abuja endless? I thought they finished sharing that land. But think about it. Because they were named ambassadors, the government had to give them land. For what reason? He said so that when they come back home, they won't have to be staying in a hotel. They have to be in Abuja. So they gave them land. Do they have money to develop the land? I don't even want, just listen to this man.
I was coming this morning. The president called me and said, look, these ambassadors will be leaving Nigeria, and that he believed that from time to time they will come to Abuja to brief him on what is happening in the country where they serve. And he believes that most of them do not have a place in Abuja. And so he will encourage them to see how they put up where they can stay in Abuja when they come back home. And Mr. President...
Stop. Who are the people clapping for this man? Is that part of the package of the, anyway, why am I talking? Listen to the man.
Mr. President directed that before you leave this morning, each and every one of you should have their form to fill for land allocation in Abuja. So that when you come back, you don't need to be staying in a hotel. You go to your houses and then find time to brief Mr. President. So once more, I congratulate you, I thank you, and believe that God is infinite mercy will lead all of you. Be hopeful. Mr. President means well for the country, and I believe that by 2027, this election will come peacefully, and Nigeria will remain united as a nation. Thank you, and God bless you.
So someone like Ireno Amokori will come back from Mexico to brief the president. If he doesn't have a house in Abuja, I don't know him. I don't know if he has a house already. He will have to find money to build one within the next 4 years, so that whenever he's in Abuja, he will stay at home to go from the house to go and brief the president. There's so many things wrong at so many levels, but I'm not going to get into that. You guys have your own opinion, but I find that very, very disturbing. And the last thing I want to show you is a video of the governor of Edo State. When I had it, okay, watch.
You had boasted that you will give President Bola Tinubu and the APC 2.5 million votes. There are those who say your calculations are wrong, your political mathematics. Where do you want to get the votes from?
From Edo State.
How?
Let me tell you, you were on the street with me for just how many minutes? You can hear people shouting 2.5 million votes. Am I the one shouting? It's already on the street. Everybody is coming to vote for Asewaju that day.
The reality is that there are no 2.5 million votes available.
How many?
Mr. Governor, you were quoted to have said 2027 and 2.5 million votes are sure for Tinubu, the president should relax and come to Edo to commission projects, not to campaign. But look at the last presidential election. Peter Obi defeated Bola Tinubu in Edo State by over 200,000 votes. Peter Obi had 331,163 votes. Bola Tinubu had 144,471 votes. If you put those figures together, they're not even up to 700,000 votes altogether. There are those who will say, where do you want to see 2 million?
How many registered voters do we have? That is the question.
They say you want to rig the election.
Rig the election? How? I've never.
You want to write the votes.
But
how do you manufacture 2.5?
How do I manufacture?
When you don't even
you were on the street now. Nobody told them we were coming. People were leaving their houses. And that is the vote. That's how the vote is going to translate.
Peter Obi defeated your principal.
Peter Obi defeated last time because the governor was not working. The governor then was not working.
No, but the governor was not from your party.
That is a PDP.
Yeah.
Yes, people want to voice out that this governor is not working. Anybody coming, then we are going to do it the other way around.
So you think that the people of Edo State will vote for Bola Tinubu because of Okpebolo?
Because of the work we are doing. Because of the money Tinubu is releasing to us to work for him. And that is what you are seeing on the street. It has never happened in Edo State like this before.
All right. They're not kidding. These people are not kidding. One last thing. This is from Tinubu, because we can't round this up without showing you the president of Nigeria, who is currently on his way to France as we speak. And from France, he will go to Kenya. From Kenya, he will go to Rwanda before he comes back home. And the political arrangement at home is changing fast. We are hearing that Kwankwaso is leaving ADC to go to NDC, and he may go there with Peter Obi. We will talk about these things during the show, but let's show you a video of Tinubu telling people that he is stubborn. They want to kick him out. He's not going anywhere. So let's end it with this video.
You are playing to the hand of agents, including my own enemies, who want to use insecurity to get rid of me. I'm a very stubborn politician. I just refuse to go. And I will campaign for my second term. I will work hard.
Yeah, it's always interesting, people who clap for these politicians when they make these statements that are making no sense. Oh, by the way, for those who care, Cubana Chief Priest has purchased a ticket, APC House of Rep nomination form to run for Olo East Federal Constituency in Imo State. Here he is with Tinubu's son, Shei. And of course, talking about Tinubu's wife, Olufemi Tinubu, she's beginning 100 trucks of rice distribution project at the cost of 1.2 billion naira in Northern States and Federal Capital Territory. And I'm wondering, where is this rice coming from? Where is the money that they used to buy this for? Whom? All right. Have your say. It's your chance to come in and have your say. And
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the February something, And then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is. And
you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing that I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid. Can we arrest the meeting ground? Can we arrest the meeting ground? So let you control your emotion. You understand?
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to manage them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time,
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil-producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I will explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Showore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You're a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Stupid. Can you call your?
Okay, hold on, everybody. All right, thank you so much, and welcome to the show. It's Saturday, May the 2nd, 2026. I hope you are having a good time where you are. In New York here, the weather is very dull, but we are here and we are going to talk about issues in the news. Today, I rearranged our show a little bit and we will be tweaking with it as we go along. It's a wonderful day. Today, we are going to talk about the political situation in the country. The President Bola Ahmed Tinubu left for France. From there, he will go to Kenya for a conference led by French President Macron, and from there he will go to Kigali. So he will be back in the country, I think, on the 15th of May. And watching the political scene at home, we are hearing that Kwankwaso is leaving ADC to join NDC, and he might be doing that with Peter Obi, and Peter Obi announced yesterday that he will be on the ballot. So he's sure of what he's doing and they are doing. So we may have a situation where 2023 might be repeated again, where you have Tiku at ADC and Peter B at NDC and Bola Tinubu at APC. Of course, Showore and the rest will be where they are. So we may have that repeated, but not on the Labour Party. So what does that mean for the country? But we're going to start our conversation today with foreign issues, stories in South Africa. We want to look at the increasing tension in South Africa between South African citizens, some of them, and people from other African countries. We have reactions from Julius Malema and some other people in South Africa who have different viewpoints on what's going on there. We are going to touch on the situation in Mali, where the jihadists and the separatists are trying to overthrow the government of the military junta that it took over the country. And then with the angle that we want to look at also is the role of the Russian militia there. What are they doing? Just like we have the Americans in Nigeria, and that has not brought about peace. So we will touch on that. Of course, there will be other stories that we won't be able to all dwell in today. So once we bring the people in, we are going to go into that conversation about the situation in South Africa. That will be our first story. Then we touch on Mali. Then we come back to Nigeria and deal with Tinubu, Obi Kwankwaso. If we have time towards the end, we will touch on Donald Trump and the Iran war, because that is still a story that is out there. There is this video of Trump responding to a 60-minute question in an interview on 60 Minutes, immediately after the shooting that happened last Saturday. Let's see. All right. They're telling me I have too many videos in the studio. I won't be able to play that. Let me see if I can. But it was very telling on the state of the mind of President Trump, who runs this country. I think it's important to play that just in case we don't get to talk about that today. But let me show you that interaction.
Manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this quote, "Administration officials, they are targets." And he also wrote this, "I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes." What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people, horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, he's a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that, because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are the
never,
gunman's words.
excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead, let's finish the interview.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. I appreciate that. I promise you next week it won't be this long, the intro. But we're trying to play around with how we do these things and maybe get more value for the time. All right. Thank you, Femi. Femi, how are you doing? Welcome to the show.
Good morning, Doctor. How you doing, sir?
Good, good.
And everyone on the show as well.
Yeah. Jide, welcome to the show.
Greetings, Dr. Damages. Greetings to Brother Femi, Mr. James. Good to see you guys. Greetings to you too.
All right. Thank you. Mr. James, thank you for joining us. Welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you for thanking me. Thank you.
All right. For those in the studio, if you want us to bring you in, of course, you know the drill. Turn on your camera, we'll bring you in. So let's quickly start with the situation in South Africa. This week, it continued to be an issue. There are a few videos I'll play. Most of you must have seen it. This is from Julius Malema, who is the leader of a major political party there.
In 1976, when our parents were removed from school because they did not have school fees, I must play that role. Me, I will never do it. I'm not going to take a pregnant woman out of a clinic because she's not South African. She gives birth of an African child at the gate, and that child dies. And you want me to do that and be proud and look at my children and say, I'm a proud father after I stopped life, after I killed someone? I will not do that. I did not join politics to be voted for. I was too young when I joined politics. These positions that I have came as a...
All right, that was Malema. Let's listen to this.
I share that this is not a reflection of us South Africans, not at all. This is not who we are. There's a small group of South Africans that is making sure that this news becomes continent-wide by these xenophobic attacks. Most South Africans, I repeat, most South Africans are against this. Sadly, we are quiet about it. This is led by Jacinta. Now, the question I always ask myself is why is she not doing this march to march in Cape Town, where there's a lot of Germans, French, Netherlands, and Americans there? Why is she not doing it? And I lived in Cape Town, so I know Cape Town pretty well. She knows damn well she does not stand a chance there, and tomorrow morning there will be a number of massacre bodies under her name. She doesn't want to take that chance. Instead, she wants to attack the vulnerable and the weak. That is unconstitutional in every way. It is un-South African to do so. Our Constitution rejects this. But then she might have the rhetoric that, oh, immigrants are creating all the crime here. Immigrants are having syndicates here. Yes, it is true. There is some syndicates that is happening inside the townships. And there is some crime that is led by immigrants. But do you want to know the percentage rate of which they are doing these crimes in the whole of the country? 2%. Just 2%. Now just imagine, say, half of the crimes are not reported. That's 4%. Why is Jacinta not marching for HIV, which we've got the highest in the world? What about GBV, which, goodness, she could be marching for that. What about the high alcohol intake that is happening in South Africa that is creating a lot of the crimes? Is she marching for that? What about the murder rate? Highest in the world. Is she marching for that? She should be marching to the police station and keeping the police account to that, not hurting fellow African brothers. Now, Stogie T, my favorite rapper in all of Earth, born in Tanzania. Why are we not marching against that? Geduzani Zuma, the president's son, President Jacob Zuma's son, born in Mozambique. Why is she not marching for that? What about DJ Fresh, a renowned DJ? Why is she not marching against that? Did you know that we have Khoisan people in parliament in Kenya? Did you know a Xhosa man is president of Botswana? We don't even have a Khoisan person in parliament because we want to stay divided. What about Nigeria, who's given $61 billion to South Africa during apartheid? You know how much that is? I'll tell you. It's a third of South Africa's budget in a year. Yeah, a third. Nigeria gave that to us during apartheid to fight apartheid. What about Algeria, Zambia, and Mozambique? They're the ones that received South Africa to train them how to fight in apartheid. Countries like Tanzania, Swaziland, a whole bunch of countries hosted South Africans in refuge when they ran away. They did not take out a whip. They did not throw them out the country. They stood beside them. What Jacinta is doing is unconstitutional, and she needs to march the right way. It's not march to assault, it's march to march. Stand by what you are saying that you're supposed to stand by. You did not come here to hurt people. It's unconstitutional, and somebody is going to take you to task. Yeah, somebody's going to do it. I'd like to apologize to all the African diasporas in South Africa and also Africans around the continent. This is not who we are. We're against this.
All right. So because most of the time we give energy and platform to people who are preaching hate, but there are also people who are preaching a different message. So let me bring you in. Femi, you're the first to come in. What do you make of this continuing issue? Because this is not the first time. And what do you make of it, and what's the solution? What should be the reaction of other Africans?
When I typically like to reference the fact that my own thinking of how you created this program was to have some kind of like reference to what we see in other parts of the world, for example, and try to compare with what we see in Nigeria, and in this case, even Africa generally. And I say this to say that I only just learned that there's an actual organization, if you will, for lack of another word, that's kind of like mimics what you have here in the US with the MAGA movement, which basically, when translated into English, in the case of South Africa now, means put South Africa first. And you would realize that you're having a lot of this movement all over the world. Even in Europe, you're beginning to have a situation where whether you want to call it the far right movement, far left, whatever, it doesn't even matter. At this point, it's almost like everybody else is the problem, but the people that the original population of the countries concerned. In the case of South Africa, of course, I'm quick to agree that a lot of the people that are being coerced or co-opted into this process in quotes are people who do not necessarily have a history of how other especially Black African countries may have contributed to liberating, in quotes, South Africa, because in my opinion, I do not think South Africa is liberated. And as much as one may not want to blame external forces, you still cannot take away the fact that when you consider how the international dynamics of someone like Elon Musk, who would try to convince you that white South Africans, so they are being not marginalized now. They're being I'm looking for that word, but you can see where I'm coming from.
Oppressed,
exactly. And then you try to put it side by side with how much of the economy, 90% on the average, depending on who you want to listen to, of the South African economy continues to be controlled by white people, South Africans, who practically do not make up more than 7% of the population. And then it's a mess. It's just a mess, because when you cannot fight, there's this thing about which you can easily adduce to Nigeria, for example, where it was famously said, but I think it was a Russian it was adduced to, that the people are falling in love with their oppressors. In light of the fact that they can apparently an average South African cannot go to the white man there in South Africa and try to pull off the kind of stunts with them and blame them for their miseries, as much as even their ANC politicians. Because if we're being honest with ourselves, ultimately, no matter how I ramble, at the end of the day, what have the ANC politicians even done for the Black South Africans? So it's a whole potpourri of things. There's so many dimensions one can look to it to. And for those that are quick, just to round over, those that of us are quick, and I agree, I'm not disagreeing. No. For those of us that are quick to say, why don't we too, Nigerians, for example, or Ghanaians, or whatever, try to resolve issues that we have with our countries? The fact is that people are always going to travel. After all, there are Americans in Nigeria, for example. I'm just saying.
I wanted to know what you think the solution should be.
Rudolph, that matter long, because this thing has international dimensions. It's also part of it has to be blamed on the likes of the ANC. Finding the solution, I think I'll yield to Mr. James. I think you have.
All right, Mr. James, your turn.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been following the development since last week, and you see, I think there was a time, I think so a few weeks back, I spoke on this topic extensively, and I tried to be objective. We need to see things from South African point of view, and we also need to see things from other African point of view. Both parties are right. This is how I look at the whole show. So I lived there for over 10 years. I witnessed what was going on while I was there, and I've been following the trend of things. The way the Nigerian government is handling it, as far as it concerns Nigerians, is unacceptable to me for one reason. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs should collaborate with the Nigerian High Commission in South Africa and confront the government headlong. But this they are not doing. Instead, they are sending that woman in charge of diaspora affairs. In international relations, that what's it called, Diaspora Affairs Commission, whatever they call it, cannot do the work of an ambassador. So this is how I see it. Anyway, I'm coming to that later. Let me quickly repeat some of the things I said earlier on, the previous program. During apartheid, it is true, Nigerian government assisted them tremendously. The amount of money we gave them was unquantifiable. But we were not having direct contact with the apartheid government in South Africa, because from our point of view, that government was illegal. So we were dealing with the ANC activists who were outside in exile. Most of them were in Nigeria, Zambia, Tanzania, and what have you. Now, we gave them substantial amount of money, but unfortunately, this money was not accounted for because we're not dealing with, it's not government to government business. I wouldn't be surprised to know that the account was even not audited. So these guys were just squandering money, living like kings. The South Africans at home, they did not know what was happening outside because they were completely cut off from the outside world. They could not get our radio stations because they jammed all African stations, TV stations, newspapers. They had no contact with us at all. So they did not know what their brothers and sisters were doing outside in their names. At the end of apartheid, those in exile, they now return home. People like Jacob Zuma, what's his name, Thabo Mbeki, Steve Shiwete, and I mean, very few of them did not go out. I mean, in exile. When they returned home, that lifestyle they were used to outside, they hadn't the money to sustain it. So they descended criminally on their state treasury. They looted the country blind. It got to a point, Thabo Mbeki said, no, this cannot continue. There was a case involving one police prosecutor they called Bulanari Nuka. That man was very strict with a number of people, exposing corruption. So Jacob Zuma set up a commission of inquiry in Bloemfontein, Free State, to find out if Bulalani Nuka was an apartheid spy. That was the assignment. During the investigations and the hearings, a lot of things came to light, how Indians, particularly a man called Shabi Sheikh, was conniving with Jacob Zuma to fleece the state. They emptied the treasury. When the man submitted his report, Thabo Mbeki eventually had no option but to tell Jacob Zuma to clear out of his government, because constitutionally, a South African president has a right to remove his vice from office. So he was kicked out of office. Now, eventually, the financial advisor of Jacob Zuma, they called Shabi Sheikh, was arraigned before Justice Squares in Durban, because they used the name of a company they called Ukobi Holdings to fleece this. In fact, they emptied the treasury. There was an arms deal. South African government bought arms from a French company they called Tails. When they, in fact, I doubt if they even delivered the goods, because it was a case of very dirty corruption. So anyway, to cut a very long story short, or in Zebudiah's word, to cut a short story long, the South African government was virtually broke. And it is that problem of embezzlement that is causing this problem in South Africa. They don't have the money to deliver goods and services. Eventually, Jacob Zuma came back as president of the republic. When he came back, he did not give up his habit. He connived with the Gupta family. If you read the Zondo report, Commission of Inquiry, a lot of despicable things happened with the Gupta family. So right now, from the look of things, the South African government is unable to deliver jobs, what they call low-cost housing, and in fact, to provide services, basic services, the government is struggling because they are in debt. And to make matters worse, to make matters worse, the mines in South Africa are owned by white South Africans. So whatever money they are getting, they are not investing it in South Africa. They are sending them abroad. So right now, the South African government don't know what to do. So this is the situation the country is grappling with. Then from the side of the other Africans, there's need for them to behave responsibly. You don't come to another man's country and start doing things which have been giving them problems. In fairness to other Africans, they made crime in South Africa. If you read Cry, the Beloved Country by Alan Paton, written in 1948, it will give you an idea of the nature of crimes they commit in South Africa way back 1948, when other Africans were not trooping down there. Anyway, the issue is they need patience to solve this problem. And from the look of things, the ANC is likely to lose the next general election, because this demonstration going on right now, there is a movement they call Dudula movement that is instigating it. They want to use foreigner problem to gain political power. ANC is likely to lose the next general election. Let me stop here so far. Till later.
All right. Thank you. Let's come to Jide. Jide, please, as you give us your own take, also give us a solution. What you think should be the solution for this problem?
Yeah, thank you so much. Greetings to everyone. As I'm going to explain, because when I like to talk, I'm very detail oriented, right? I would like, if I'm given a lot of time, like not 1 hour, but like, like some luxury of time to explain my position on South Africa. I know I've not really been given the opportunity to like talk about it, but yeah, let me now start. I will try to be as short as possible, but I still need time. Okay. So South Africa's problem is actually, I look at it from an ideological perspective. I'm also looking at it from the perspective of class. And from that ideological perspective, I'm looking at it from the point of economic ideology. And I also think we need to also take account of the issue of South Africa too. And when we consider all those things, we're beginning to see the root of the problem we are seeing today. So now I'm talking about the history. In 1994, when apartheid was was coming to an end, and South Africa became an independent country, a so-called multicolored country, even though it's a black majority country. But even though when South Africa officially became an independent country and Nelson Mandela was released from jail, there were a lot of concessions the ANC made with the white elites. And some of those concessions were economic, in the sense that the white elites agreed that, yes, we'll give you some independence. You guys can vote. You guys can vote. You guys can have the freedom you are fighting for. You guys can integrate into the society. However, based on that condition, there were some concessions you guys will need to make. What are those concessions? One of the major concessions, I don't want to go into the list of the concessions, but one of the major concessions they made was our economy is not going to be what used to be with we the whites. Our economy, the economic power is going to be within us. The land and the economic interests are going to be within we whites. At the same time, the economy moving forward is going to be a free market economy. We're going to operate a liberal democratic system. Also, we're going to have a free market economy. I'm going somewhere with this explanation. So, even though the blacks were able to integrate and they got some benefits in the new South Africa, a lot of them were not economically mobile. Because what you have is, under a socialist system or a mixed economic system, there is a chance for economic mobility from poverty to middle class. I don't want to go into the details of that because of time. But the point is, when you have that, when you have a free market economy, there is still high level of poverty. There is less social services. There's still going to be poor education, poor healthcare. Like Mr. James clearly explained, there were no social services, or there were no adequate social services for the people. As a result of that, there were no adequate employment. And I don't, like I said, it's a very complete. This stuff I'm going to summarize in because of time. Free market economy or neoliberal economic systems generate corruption. All this corruption I'll talk about on this show or anywhere, embezzlement, stealing of money, these are symptoms. There is an ideology that drives it. The so-called black leaders or black politicians that are running those countries under a market economy or free market economy, the system enforces it, even if they are even good. Under a neoliberal free market system, there is high level of embezzlement and stealing of money, like it is like 5 and 6. So the point I'm making is that as a result of that, when they were liberated, they now started to encounter immigrants. People that live I've never lived in South Africa, but people that have lived in South Africa, even Mr. James will be able to relate with me on this. They started to encounter that immigrants from Nigeria, Kenya, Zimbabwe, they are having all these jobs, they are going to school. We fought against apartheid. The benefits that we're supposed to receive, we are now seeing that immigrants are taking it. Immigrants now have jobs, they have good housing and all that. And they look like me, but they're not from my place. How come? How does this make sense? But they have their own country. So I'm looking at it from a perspective of a poor man that does not know anything, a poor man that is oppressed, that only knows that his oppressor is the whites, and knows that the strangers that are there are not his own people. So now, in 1994, because I need to go back to 1994, there was a political party that was founded. It's called I don't want to forget this name. FF Plus. I think it's Frontier Front Plus. They are a right-wing white political party in South Africa. Everyone can fact check me on this. They are a very strong right-wing political party. I can't remember when Democratic Alliance was founded.
Patriotic Alliance. Patriotic Alliance.
No, it is FF Plus. It is Frontier Front Plus, not Patriotic. Patriotic Alliance will be one of those subsidiaries, but FF Plus is a major political party, right? And you have the Democratic Alliance. The Democratic Alliance, they are also a white right-wing political party. You see, they've always been trying to infiltrate into the ANC. Because the ANC, as we know, they've always been fighting, they've been quote-unquote fighting for the freedom of black people, socially, economically, and stuff. So in 2016, because like I said, the economic system that was there after apartheid is not the same that was there with the whites. So the poor people of South Africa were still poor. A lot of them are still very poor up till today. And we can look at the symptoms: unemployment, high level of unemployment, high crime rates, high level of prostitution, high level of alcoholism. I can go on and on. But the point I'm making is that these political parties, they now infiltrated into the ANC. In 2016, FF Plus integrated into the ANC. In 2023, because ANC and Democratic Alliance, they are almost like PDP and APC. They are almost the same thing. Democratic Alliance, but they are more ideological compared to those vestiges. So Democratic Alliance and FF Plus, they have so much in common. They then formed an alliance with ANC in 2023 officially. Both parties now form an alliance with ANC. So what now happened is ANC is no longer independent. They have been heavily compromised, moving towards right-wing fascist ideology, slowly but surely. And also, ANC's foreign policy has always been independent. It has always, not always, but to some extent, it has always been a voice of anti-imperialism to some extent. Particularly if you look at what's going on in Palestine, particularly if you look at the Ukraine war, and if you look at those two, Democratic Alliance and FF Plus, they are not in support of it. They are not in support of South Africa supporting Palestine. They are not in support of, what are they calling it? They are not in support of Ukraine. They are not in support of Russia fighting Ukraine. So they started to influence the foreign policy and also economic policy of ANC. And as a result of that, ANC became compromised. Now, let's now look at right-wing ideology. Right-wing, as we know all over the world, right-wing ideology has a lot of mimicry with fascism. It's not the same. It's not the same. You have extreme right-wing, which is fascism, but it has a lot of mimicry with fascist rhetorics. And one of the major fascist rhetorics is attacking vulnerable groups, like the Germans attacked the Jews during the principles of World War II, right? Now, the point I'm making is those infiltrated political parties, now, I need more evidence for that, but there's a strong hypothesis and strong speculation by me and other experts, maybe an experts, that these political parties, like I said, if you look at their history, they have a very strong apartheid origin. They support some of these vulnerable black South Africans that would go on to attack Africans because either they don't know better or because of what I said earlier. The anger of, I'll soon finish now. The anger of, I don't have opportunities, and this person from Nigeria is doing so well. This anger and the fact that they are suffering heavily, they try to support these groups to what? To attack their fellow Africans and destabilize their fellow Africans. In the final point, now, considering what is going on with South Africa's ANC, how they took Israel to ICJ for the quote-unquote genocide in Gaza, adding to the fact that these infiltrated political parties are now influencing their policy, it makes sense. Now, my solution, I think we need to understand that the only solution to this is an organized class conflict. They need to know that the fight is not yet over. They need to really take power from the whites. The whites still have so much economic and political power. I don't advocate violence, but any means necessary in which they can take power from the whites. That is the solution. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jide. Let's go to Bob Chisco. Bob.
All right. Greetings, my good people. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Jide, when I hear you say they have to take power from the whites, how are they going to take power by the whites? The blacks control the political terrain in South Africa. You know, the whites are no longer in power, rather the whites controls the business. So if you want power, go grab it. The issue with South Africa, to me, is rare, but it's often misunderstood and oversimplified, if I should say that. It is not an official government policy telling Nigerians to leave South Africa. It's widespread, you know. It's more about, if I will say, periodic tensions and outbreaks of xenophobia in parts of South Africa. I'm made to know by little research I did that this issue of xenophobia started, I think, 2008. There was xenophobic attack. 2015, there was xenophobic violence that caused a lot of havoc in South Africa. 2019, it reared its ugly head again, targeting foreigners. But this incident has evolved since then, causing a lot of violence, looting of foreign-owned businesses, caused by some groups of foreigners to leave the country, Nigerians were among the affected, but not the only group. Others included Zimbabweans, Ghanaians, Ethiopians, and I think Somalians, People were randomly attacked. But why is this going on in South Africa should be the question. Believe me, the biggest factor here is economic frustration amongst the young South Africans. Ever since South Africa gained independence, I think 1994, South Africa has been struggling in terms of economic strangulation. High unemployment is rift. It's rift in South Africa, inequality. Some locals believe that foreigners are taking their jobs. That's what they call it. They're taking our jobs. Now they have started saying they're taking our women. And some people have questioned and asked, why are you saying we are taking your jobs? Why are you saying we are taking your women? The job you don't want to take, foreigners coming to your country who are legally living in your country, they wouldn't fold their hands, definitely. People find something. People find shops. They don't snatch shops from people. They rent shops and begin to trade. Today he has 1 naira, 2 naira, 20 naira, and he grows. The next day he sees South Africans who wouldn't want to compete or who wouldn't want to do what you are doing. Rearing their ugly hairs and jealousy. These people just came in here yesterday. Look at, today they are amassing our wealth. How are they amassing your wealth? Because they know what it takes to convert 1 naira to 2 naira. And you guys, your own problem is that you are sitting down waiting for your government to continue to spoon feed you. That no longer happens. It's just equivalent of what happens in some part of America where we stay. Some black folks wouldn't want to do any job. They sit by and wait for government to give them that monthly stipends, which they collect. Look at some few months back, I think for about 1 month or 2 months, Trump's government suspended the issue of giving people what we call quest cards so that people can go to buy groceries in the shop. For that 2 months, it was like hair was let loose. People, there was high rate of criminal activities. People's houses were burgled. People's cars were jacked. A lot of criminal activities. Not until the suspension was lifted. Can you imagine an average single lady here who doesn't do no job on a monthly basis could be getting up to $1,000, and the person will choose not to do any work because at the end of every month something is coming into your account, and they feed themselves. What have I spoken of?
Bob, no, Bob. I wanted to direct you because we had a lot of explanation of what's happening. But what is the solution? You see that the African governments, like Nigerian governments, the one of Ghana and all that, they are struggling to find a solution to this. What should be the solution?
Yes, my brother. To me, the solution is that South African government should sit back and create jobs for their people and tell them that these foreigners you are asking to leave your countries are not your problems. If you feel like a Nigerian man is taking your women, what is it you think they are doing that your women are going to them? When a woman comes to me, the woman is free because she feels I can provide for her, I can feed her, I can clothe her. And the average South African young man of my age cannot say, okay, take this. So why would they be angry that their women are coming to us? That is also part of the problem. They see it that Africans, Nigerians are taking their women and taking their jobs. I cannot be taking your jobs when I use my own hard-earned money to rent a shop, to stock my shop. The next thing, you can't loot in my shop. Throughout yesterday, that was what was happening. A woman was shot there in the public. Why? Because she was hawking her egg. She was hawking egg, and someone shot her. Why? My brother, South Africa will regret what they're doing to Nigerians and other foreigners. You can see this young man, you played the video. You saw what the guy was saying. Yeah, because so many South Africans don't buy what their folks are doing because they know that people who don't want to secure a job for themselves should not continue to criminalize those who are out there trying to make their ends meet. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
So the damages, I have just 30 seconds. Please, I want to respond to something that is very paramount. Please, just 30 seconds. Just
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to say that, you see, I think this is one of the major issues that, so first of all, there is a link between economic and political power. They are not separate. Economic power and political power are intertwined. If you have political power and you don't have economic power, you are still not free. Look at African Americans. After the civil rights movement, they were able to vote. They were able to integrate into society. But look at their social index. It's probably even worse. Look at Nigeria, our country. We got so-called independence. Look at our country. Before independence, Nigeria was far better than what we are today. Because political power, you can go and vote. Look at your country today. So, anyway, when is my turn? I have 10 seconds. I will explain how it is intertwined, but I'll stop there. Thank you.
No, not that. What I'm actually interested in, Jide, is not, but who has it and how did they acquire that? So think about, wait. In Africa, that would be when next we call you, just so that we can hear other people. I'll give you 30 seconds, Mr. James. Go ahead. Mr. James.
Okay. I'm sorry, it slipped off my memory.
Okay, all right. Let's when you remember, just raise the hand. I'll come back to you. Obi, welcome to the show. 2.5 million votes.
I remembered. The South African government, when they get honest, they brought a policy they call Black Economic Empowerment. That is affirmative action. They are not implementing it. They are just sharing the opportunities among the top brass. It's not filtering down. That is another cause of this problem. The blacks are not empowered.
Okay, thank you. Ovi, you're next.
Thank you. There's a word, Abahambe. Abahambe is a Zulu word meaning let them go or they must go. It's a slogan of a political party called a Patriotic Alliance, who, due to the failure of the big party to secure 50% of the votes, the Patriotic Alliance secured just 2%, and then that ended about 9%, 9 seats in the House out of 400. So they make it like a pillar of their campaign. It's their center of their campaign that undocumented immigrants is responsible to the economic group. So yes, it might not be an economic policy, but it was a campaign promise that those, because the leader of that, one of the leader of the movement, it's called Guyana Mackenzie, who ended up being the Minister of Sport now and art and culture. So, and that is, and I think talking about solution, I think that is a major difference between parliamentary system and presidential system. So just because that political party earned 2%, right, they are entitled to sit at the executive level. Now, someone can argue in Nigeria too, after all, people like NNPP, ANPP actually have a seat at our own House of Representatives. Most of their members are ministers and all that. But the way that they elect our own president, which is pretty much direct, once you meet the constitutional requirement of getting 25% of all the state, pretty much, you can form a government on your own involving at the executive level. But in this South Africa, just this.
All right, I'm sure it's not just me. We can't hear you over here. Your connection is not good. We skip you and go to Sully. Sully, welcome to the show. We're talking about South Africa solutions, especially for countries in Africa that are at the receiving end of xenophobic attacks.
There is no solution. There's no solution. I'm not joking. There's no solution. You see, I went to school with these people, right? We were not in South Africa, but they were still complaining about the same things. So when I see everybody coming out here rationalizing, Nigerians, we claim that we are different, but we have so many bad habits that makes us unified. We are just a family with terrible habits that we don't want to admit. The Northerners, the Yoruba, the Southeasterners, we all share the same habits. When people say they don't like us, and they've been showing us for decades that they don't like us, we come here, we try to rationalize. Maybe it's because of this. I blame this. Maybe it's the economic. They don't like you. They've never liked you. Even if you are not in South Africa, they will still not like you. They will still complain about, we were not in South Africa, they were complaining. All the Nigerians, they are just taking our women, and they are taking all the jobs. But you are not in South Africa. All they did was drink, take drugs, and complain about Nigerians. I hated going to their rooms. I hated going to their houses because that is all they did. And we were in Europe. So how do you want to rationalize that? How? We need to stop rationalizing all this. The person might be our helper in the future. So let's look for a reason why they are behaving badly. You know, Igbo people do it, Hausa people do it, Yoruba people do it, because we don't want to offend our future helper. So you said they need to take power from the whites. They are not complaining. They have what is called proximity to whiteness, and that makes them feel like they are white people. It makes them feel like after white people, they are next on the totem pole. They don't want to be on top. They just want to be second place or third place. And they feel like Nigerians are taking those positions of second place and third place. This year, white people still locked South Africans up in a pigsty. Did South Africans complain to you about it? They love it. They love being oppressed. It is their dream. It is their fetish. You now carried Nigerian money over Sabi and went to go and save people that did not ask to be saved. And the West is still punishing us for freeing them from appetite. Why our economy and our situation is like this is we are being punished for helping all the other African countries around us. You don't offend white people and get away. They always revenge. That is why they brought in APC to deal with us very well. Next time, you carry out. What we need is reparations. Why are you trying to still save the South Africans? Why? Why are you looking for solutions for them? We need to demand that $60 billion that we put in appetite, right? Maybe they claim they are a rich country and we should fix our country. Let's start with that. We need money. We are borrowing money. Give us our $60 billion back. Sell all your property. I don't care. Put the South Africans back to slavery. Put them back into appetite. Whatever it takes. Give us our money back. We have infrastructure to build in our country. And Nigerians, our time outside Nigeria is over. We have overstayed our welcome. South Africa is just the beginning. Even Ghana is doing Nigeria must go. In Europe too, they'll start chasing. You see, even in Netherlands here, you see they were going up and down, trying to chase immigrants, even though the police flogged them well. the police flogged them well. It shocked the Dutch people. But I'm just saying, we have overstayed our welcome. It's time for us to go back. Are you going to wait till they start beating us on the road and the airport? You know, so it's just a warning sign. But I believe that it's going to get worse and worse and worse. Even the South African president came out to defend the actions, claiming that they are attacking illegal immigrants, basically stating that as long as it's illegal immigrants that they are chasing, then it's good and dandy and nothing is going to happen. You see the police escorting them, thousands of them on the streets, and they are actually chasing people that have papers. They unalike Ethiopians. So it's not just Nigerians, anybody that is not, even if they are even attacking South Africans because they don't look like South Africans, and they beat them with jungle justice. Even when they realize that those are South Africans, they're still beating them and beating them and beating them. They are not beating you to make you leave their country. They are trying to unalive you. You are just thinking they are beating you just because they feel unalive you. You say, at least they pitied me. They are just warning me. No, they are trying to buy you. They are trying to buy you. But it may be our helper in the future. Let's not offend him. Bad culture that we have imbibed in our system. You will still see Nigerians in South Africa still defending those South Africans. They will still fight in Nigeria to defend that South African because Nigerians still have that bad habit. Once they have proximity to whiteness, they start going after all the other Nigerians. They will defend that white person with their life if they have to. A Nigerian is ready to fight for a white person, but a Nigerian is not ready to fight to make the country better. Am I lying? So it's just a different level of proximity to whiteness that they are suffering from. There is nothing you want to use to rationalize it. These people went to a children's school and started attacking children. You want to rationalize it to the economy also. You also want to rationalize them attacking children with the economy. They are animals. That is what they are. And that is what they accept to be. They just use different excuses to defend their actions. They've been doing it for decades. If they say they want illegal immigrants, there are thousands. Do you know about over 3 million white people moved to South Africa recently? How many of them are legal? How many of them? How many black people are immigrants in South Africa? A whole country moved to South Africa just because they are whites. They didn't do anything. And we are still here rationalizing it, saying they need to take back power from the whites. They praise the white people for building their country, even though they live in shanties. So the only solution is that we need to come to the table with the white South Africans. We need these white South Africans to deal with them anyway, to deal with them, to take them back to appetite, to put those black South Africans back in their place, to begin to segregate them properly. We made the mistake. The problem is that we saw ourselves in them just because they were black. We thought the white South Africans were doing wrong. We didn't know that the white South Africans were trying to save us from the black South Africans. And that was where we made our mistake. So we need to go back to apologize to the white South Africans that we didn't understand what was going on. Now we get the message. And they can carry on with where they stopped before. We will not sanction them. We will encourage them. And if any of those animals dare try to escape to our country, to come and seek asylum and get papers like before, and get money like before, we will make sure that they are not allowed in our countries. We even went to their embassy. If you see how the South African ambassador was even doing as if, who are these animals that are coming to come and destroy? In our own country, they don't see us finish. They don't see us. We have overstayed our welcome everywhere abroad, but we will be forced to come back to Nigeria. Oh yeah, we will be forced to come back to Nigeria, whether we like it or not. The old heads, they don't want to agree, but they will be forced to. You will join us. We must fix our country whether we like it or not.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Sully. I'm hearing a lot of things. One of the things I'm hearing is, which I want other people who will speak next, maybe they can explore that. Some people are saying that we are behaving the same way too in Nigeria, in other parts of the world. That is a natural human behavior, that if you're not doing well, you look for somebody to point at as the reason why. People are saying on the comment section that things like that happened in Lagos, in other places, and even in my hometown. I can tell you stories in my hometown with other people who are visitors. So somebody referred to what happened with Americans, African Americans, and how they see some Africans who come here. So there's that aspect of that. But I'm interested in, there has to be something somebody can do. If you look at the approach of Ghana, because Ghanaians were also victims. The Ghanaian foreign ministry summoned the ambassador of South Africa and say, come and explain. I don't know if that would change anything or what that changed. Compared to what the Nigerian foreign ministry, they're trying to do. All right, and then people talked about education, that people were not educated. These kids that are doing this, most of them were not born in apartheid South Africa, so they didn't know what happened. But even if they know, they drive the issue of inequality and economic pressure is serious. All right.
Doctor, can I also, sorry to interject, we are even forgetting the AU, which doesn't seem to exist anymore.
What do you want AU to do?
That's what I'm saying. I'm just adding to what you said on top of that,
No, Mr. Rudolph, Ghana has nothing to say about this matter because they started this problem in 1969, Aliens Compliance Order. They asked foreigners to leave their country. Recently, they asked Nigerians to leave their country. Now, South Africans are telling them to leave. They want to solve it diplomatically. You can't eat your cake and have it.
Before VS speaks, maybe this is a chance to play just one video about the founder of the organization. It's called Operation Dudula. Yeah, let me play the video.
Back was simply because when I was advocating for Operation Dudula, it was simple. The institution, the movement was fighting against undocumented foreigners committing crime in our country because we can't hold them accountable. And it's just too much. The stats say it is not my opinion. And when it moved to, we are now fighting all foreigners, I said, meeting, I'm not going to be part of nonsense, because if you're fighting all foreigners, you're talking nonsense, and it's not subjected to only Africans being foreigners. I mean, even you speak about UK, Europe, you speak about the West, America, and so forth, and Asia. They're all foreigners, so there's no way that you can isolate yourself from the world. If you say you're fighting all foreigners, that means you are also suggesting all embassies in South Africa must close down immediate effect. People must go home, and all our ambassadors across the world must close office and come back because we are fighting all foreigners. Not like that's not. I'm not going to allow that. And what's the people that are suffering the most happen to be African foreigners, by definition, because they are the closest to home. You don't find a Chinese guy chilling in Tembisa. You find a Mozambican, and you find Malawi, Bozim, and so forth chilling there. So as soon as you introduce that culture and you condition our people to saying to hell with foreigners, all of them, then you are saying that there must be a battle in our townships. There must be fights. We must kill each other. We must just talk nonsense about each other. And I couldn't stand there and advocate for that nonsense. A lot of the people, even listening to this interview now, they've never heard me speak of all foreigners must go. I've always addressed undocumented foreigners. If you find a video, SAPC, any video, even social, where I am saying that to hell with all foreigners, I'll give you 10,000 for every video, no problem.
All right, and then there is this reaction because we've not had about from white South Africans. So let me play this video.
Question. It's more a question like a marriage between two people. It's an exclusive affair. Doesn't mean you're against anyone else. You take your wife. She's important to you.
Yep.
Or you know, and in your wedding, in your marriage, you're exclusive. Doesn't mean it's not built on hate. It's built on love for our culture. We want to preserve our culture. We want to preserve our traditions, our faith, our language. These are the things that we want to preserve.
But someone might ask, if you want to preserve your culture, you're preserving your culture on a land that belongs to South Africans.
The land here we bought, we paid for it.
From who?
Well, at that stage we bought it from the previous owner, which was the government. Right?
But I don't think an African can leave Africa, go to Europe and say that we just bought this land and no one is allowed to come in.
Our name is Afrikaners. Our language is Afrikaans. Right. So we feel part of this continent, and maybe people don't agree, but I don't have another home. Obviously I know that I have European roots.
Yeah.
400 years ago.
Yeah.
For 400 years my people have been here.
Yeah.
I love Africa. I don't want to live anyplace else. I feel a part of this continent. My language grew, obviously from Dutch, but it grew on this continent.
With all the monuments that I see in here, would you agree with me if I say that this man performed a lot of atrocities in the past?
Well, I think obviously these are controversial figures, and I think the fact that we put them here in Orania with our own funding, some people are uncomfortable in the rest of South Africa to care for them, to see them in public, because this is on private land, private funds, and it's our history.
But I know it's your history, but at the end of the day, a lot of people were harmed in the process. You don't think if you are embracing this, you're definitely embracing apartheid?
Is it okay to celebrate Shaka Zulu leader? You know who that is?
I know who Shaka Zulu is.
He killed a lot of people. Is it fine to celebrate him?
That's a question for South Africans.
That is a question. This is a question for Iranians.
All right, let's stop there. But along the way, the white South Africans are also involved in this competition between Africans and their South African blacks. So let me go back to, I think, Ovie, you and Ness. I'll give you 2 more minutes to finish up your thoughts, and then I'll go to Andy.
Yeah, okay. Let me just basically go to, gear towards a solution again. I think they always argue that the understanding of World War I is very, paramount to understand what is going on now. There's a school of thought that still believe that the idea of nationalism is one of the most dangerous ideology out there so far. And if you look at what happened in the late 1700s, the revolution of the United States, which is 1776 and that of France of 1789 actually mainstream what nationalism should be like. When French actually carried out their own revolution that pretty much changed everything, they had to expel their ideology. America, pretty much the same thing. If you study the American system, which is pretty much what Donald Trump is pushing right now, at the center of that is a nation, the idea of national sovereignty, that every nation to be free. So if you look at all these things that is happening, at the bigger picture, is pretty much everybody should protect its own border. So that's why I say, yes, people that always say that election has consequences. This is what it's about. The likes of Gay McKenzie, who's pretty much at the forefront of this movement in South Africa at the parliamentary level. Now, only 2% give them 9 seats. So the idea now is that if 2% can give us 9 seats out of 400, how much 5% is going to give us? How much 10% is going to give us? So there's a need for us to keep pandering to that base, that they are voters, to keep increasing their power. So as I say, it might not be a policy right now, but it's an electoral promise. In our own case, that's why I always believe that there's no way to go around it. We have to go back to locality. Politics is local. If you cannot influence your locality, I don't think how you are going to do it, because it's a money game, right? Even if they want to mobilize you, let it cost them money. That is the only way you have a leverage to bargain as a voter. But it happened. I mean, I listened to the founder of IBTC Bank, to be that money from Rivers, right? He was shocked that even when ADC, they say, make people go register, Obi they push, Kwankwaso they push. He's shocked that we, the southern obedient, let me use that, because that's what they focus on, are the least people that went to register, and they are the savage online. He was shocked that the Northwest and the North-East now then go register pass online. I will regard them as not a lot technologically sophisticated, but they have this power of mobilization and organization to take their people to the polling unit. So they will always have upper hand when it comes to political power. So whether we like it or not, we have to be very much involved at the grassroots level. That is the only way you can tell your representative this is what you want. And if they know in our numbers carry them go there, they will always point out to you. But in our own case, now money carry them go there. We all know say this especially the parliamentaries give billions of dollars. We know billions of naira, and we know. And none of us can best say come. This is amount of number contributed to the vote of this person, right? That is why make I piece people up a little bit. That is why the hearing of 2.5 million votes, people go off their ego, right? They don't understand that it's a strategic shift from mere electoral optimism, right, to the command of we the grassroots followers to start mobilizing. So when we hear 2.5 million, we see that at every polling unit, the total number of that unit to us now 2.5 million votes. So the goal not to go for all the total number of that polling unit. If not 10 people register for that unit, get it, that 10 represent 2.5 million votes. But they didn't understand. In the context of the Nigerian political structure, such specific figure is not just a goal, it's a function of a directive for a political loyalist and disciples like me, who are the command is to go and activate your local network. And I don't start to the campaign for this man.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
13th is the second day when they declare him as a winner. Now, I say that to say, instead of making it verse, take it as a challenge. Because that is the only way your electoral official will feel pander to you. It's as simple as that. So I'm just using that as an example and to provoke people to do it. So this what is happening in South Africa. The adjust is an electoral member reacting to his voters. Whether I like it or not, though, fix your own goddamn house. That's what I say here, because all this one what would they propose? Now temporary solution, because it will continue to happen again. Now this
all right.
At the
Thank
end
you.
of the day, it's not going to stop.
Thank you. For the record, Ovia didn't give us any solution. So it's always easy.
I said get involved in police, get involved locally.
All right.
That is the solution.
All right. Thank you. Saxonia, you're next.
No. Dr. Damage is why.
I don't know what happened. Like you moved away, but I just so for everybody, you know.
Now let him go. It's cool.
Everybody's for everybody. I've been here when Obi was talking.
No, hold on.
I to come back to speak for 2 minutes.
Hold on. What I'm saying for everybody, for the purpose of what we do here, allow the moderator to do that. You can protest that but it's not. There's no law that it has to be following this sequence. That's what I'm trying to explain to people. I just didn't see you anymore. I had you next, but it's not something to be worried about. That something has happened that is dangerous. You know, just calm down. We'll get to you. Everybody will speak on this topic. That's what I'm trying to do. But no need to flare up. I want these things to be. People watch this and people come back to me and say, sometimes we don't give them. They don't even hear us because of the way we react to something that is not necessary. All right, go ahead, Ike.
As a moderator, you have to. I didn't remove myself the way I find myself. I'm not operating your machine in the first place. So if I was removed, it wasn't my fault in the first place. Okay? What I want to say, South Africa, they should enter house, right? If they have a problem, if they think that the white South Africans are taking their job, they should go and get it from them. You know, the foreigners in South Africa is not their problem. All of us are preferring solutions. But the one that is happening in Nigeria here, nobody is preferring solutions. The Igbos were asked to leave Lagos. Oloma asked people not to vote because they are Igbos. We suffer the same fate in Nigeria, in Lagos, in Kano, in Gombe, in Meduguri, everywhere in the north. Nobody is talking about solution. They're talking about what is happening in South Africa. But in your face, people will tell you to leave their state and go back to where you come from. The governor of Edo State told Mr. Peter Obi he's not supposed to come to Edo State because he cannot guarantee his security. And yeah, we're talking about people in South Africa, right? If they need their job, they should go and get it from the white people. I don't think that the foreigners that are in their country is their problem. After all, those countries they call foreigners, they were the people who helped them to become independent. They fought for them with their blood and soul and water. So I don't know what the heck about the issue of South Africa, where the same thing we're talking about South Africa is happening in our own backyard every day. What is the solution about the one that is happening over there in Nigeria? That you are told not to stay in a particular place because you are from a particular tribe in Nigeria. Nobody is talking about that solution. Nobody is talking about what we have to do. And we're talking about people who are lazy and about, who don't want to do anything in their own country. They're looking for people to come and do work for them while they are smoking Indian hemp and cocaine. Where they're living junk life, living in the street. They don't want to do any job. And if people come to their country and decide to work hard and make a living, it becomes their problem. The foreigners are not the government of South Africa. The government of South Africa should be able to take care of their people. This kind of situation also in this small island where I live here, it happens here. Most of the local people say, oh, the Latinos are taking their job. I say, you can go to hell. I don't care about that. Because if you want to work, there is work for you, but you don't want to work. You want to live in a good house, you don't want to work. You want to buy a big car, you don't want to work. You want to go to vacation, you don't want to work. How would the money come from? The work that you refuse to do, and somebody else is doing it, and you are complaining because at the end of the day, the government will give you a certain kind of money. I live in a place where, as small as this island, you can't imagine that some families, when they want to go to vacation, they go to the bank to loan money to go to vacation because they don't want to work. The work is there, and you're not ready to do it. If you give them that job at the end of the day, after 1 week, they will mail in sick. They will tell you they are sick. But when they tell you they are sick, you go to the street, you see them enjoying themselves. So who are you blaming? Blaming the Latinos who are here, who want to work, who want to make a living. Because the job is there. They're not denying anybody not to get a job. So for me, I think that the people of South Africa, the black in South Africa should be ashamed of themselves because they are the people that the majority rule in South Africa is what we have. If you don't want to work, you want to live in the ghetto and drink beer and smoke cocaine,
That's your job. That's what you have chosen. And for Nigerian people from South Africa or from whatever country in Africa who are living in South Africa, we have other people who are living in other part of the countries of the world also. So for me personally, I think that we have to be honest with ourselves. We are having the same problem in Nigeria. Nigerians are being asked to live where they stay because they are not from there. And nobody is saying anything. The government is not doing anything. And we spend hours and hours here talking about what is happening in other countries of the world. But what happened in Lagos or what happened in other parts of Nigeria, nobody is bringing solution. When you want to say, oh, they say, oh, because you're an Igbo man, you talk much about your people. Why wouldn't I talk about my people? Am I not an Igbo man? If somebody could tell me I should leave Lagos, that Lagos is not my country. If somebody should tell me I should leave Kano because it's not my country. So what are you talking about? What is the difference between what is going on in South Africa and what goes on in Nigeria? You know, so I think that the government of Nigeria is because we don't have a government. And that's why that Nigerians can be treated anyhow, anywhere they are. People can tell you anything they want because you don't have a government. Because if you have a government, which you were just saying now that the Ghanaian foreign minister called the South African ambassador about what is going on. I saw a few Nigerians who went to the embassy of South Africa yesterday. The High Commissioner refused to come out. He said she's afraid of her life. Why are you afraid of your life? Where your people are killing other people in South Africa, but you are living in government reserve area in GRA where there are police people. There were about 11 Nigerians who went there to do an item. What is going on? She's saying they should present a letter. I said, we're not going to present any letter. The people that are being killed over there, did they present any letter to anybody? So if they need a job, if they want to have a better life, they want to have what other people have, they should use their hands and work, use their brain and work and make a living for themselves and stop disturbing other people's life.
Thank you, Ike.
I still don't get your point.
Yeah, sorry, hold on. No, don't respond yet. Let's get through with Saxonia and KJ.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, hello, Rudolph. Just before I came in, I sent you some things in the background. And I kept trying to send you more stuff, but I kept getting disconnected.
One of the videos had a music, copyrighted music, so I can't play that. But I don't normally play any video unless I've seen it before and make sure that there are no.
Right. So I just wanted to bring to light, you know, the first thing that struck me when I after listening to everybody was the fact that nobody proffered a solution, and I was very glad that you brought that up, and that was why I decided to come on. Before getting to that, though, I would like people in the audience to go check on whichever social media platform they use, because I've seen this on Instagram and I've seen it on Twitter, and I also saw a short on YouTube. In these so-called protests that the South Africans want foreigners to leave, if you notice, they are not having the same energy towards white people. And I think it was Solly that said this is as a result of them having this desire for proximity to white people. And we see this very often. In fact, in these videos, you would see Asians. There's this one particular video of a person that is obviously of Chinese. I mean, obviously it could also be of Korean or Japanese or those other descents where they look alike. But I would wager a dollar bet that he was Chinese. And this Chinese individual, maybe he was born in South Africa, maybe he's been living there all his life, was actually with these black protesters, and he kept saying, my country, these people have to leave our country. It is about time they take our jobs. This is someone that's obviously Asian. So this is why I say that there's a confusion in the minds of
South Africans. Now, again, I think it was Femi that said, and I'm just paraphrasing here, they've fallen in love with their oppressors. And I think that is what we definitely see here with the South Africans. But in ending it, I think this might be the catalyst that Africa needs to finally decide how it wants to proceed with its future. I think the political people involved, meaning the countries, the governments involved in this, namely the Tanzanians, the Nigerians, the South Africans, the Ghanaians, maybe this is the time to decide to come together and formulate a plan. And I know this might seem ambitious and this might seem out of the way, but I think this might be the time Africa needs to come together and say, do we want to be united or do we want to keep going as individual countries and decide a journey for the future of Africa? Because this might be a time and this might be what is needed for these countries to come together and maybe bring the whole of Africa together. Because I think it was Femi that also said, where is the AU in all of this? Where is the African Union in all of this? So maybe we need to come together, formulate a plan, and this might lead to, I think, the day Africa decides, we provide ease of movement for our people, we provide ease of travel, we decide ease of abode and residence, and ease of doing business. That is the day we will see that Africa will rise to the standard that we think it can go. Because if we keep doing this individualistic attitude of doing business, of politics, of the way Africa is set up now, I think we're not going anywhere anytime soon. So this might be the catalyst that is needed for bigger talks and for bigger picture and bigger future to come together. And let's see where we can go with that. So maybe the Nigerian governments, the South African, the Tanzanians, the Zimbabweans, the Kenyans, the Ugandans, everybody affected with all of this, instead of us continuing to talk about the things that divide us, and we have to do this in return, and we have to do this in revenge, and we have to put this in place for them to destabilize them, to maybe we come together and say, listen, at least Sub-Saharan Africa, a term I actually don't like, but at least Sub-Saharan Africa, maybe we can come together, maybe also with the North African brothers, and say, listen, maybe it is time we remove the barriers that stop us from being able to relocate here or live here or do business here, because in essence, we are all one, and it is about time for us to destroy these imaginary boundaries that outside parties forced upon us.
All right, thank you, Saxonia. KJ, final word.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Estonia, Saxonia. I don't know what you say. We should. What did you say again? The boundaries of Africa? I'm not expecting you to answer, but those are the same boundaries we have been defending in Nigeria now. We don't want it to be moved. Why do you want to move it around Africa? Boundaries should remain there. They have been created. Belia, whatever conference we had, created those boundaries. So let it be maintained. They are statutory. They are created by God. It was God that directed them to create it. So also the ones in Nigeria, it cannot be moved. Having said that, I totally agree with Soli. The thing is this. We never learn enough. Some days I want to start a program by singing Nnamdi Kanu is our another savior, because everything has spoken, has come to pass. What is remaining? He said will be one of his brokers was saying how will be chased out of other countries because the country was so bad that people don't want to even see Nigerians, and so it is happening now, right before our very eyes. The question statistics, if you go by the statistics provided, less than 3% of the people, the whole population, are foreigners. Less than 3%, and that means about 2.something million people, which is not only comprising of Nigerians, but why Nigerians are somehow the ones that come up every time is because they are the ones who are more into business. Now, is there going to be a change in the near future? No. Is Africa going to rise from this? No. Let nobody be deceived. China just handed us, a whole continent of 56 countries or thereabout, or even 57 right now, I'm not sure. They just handed us our house where we'll be meeting to discuss. They built it for us. We are too poor, we can't even build, we can't think. China had to build it for us. Hand it to us and we receive a platter of gold with thanksgiving. We thank you people, our Lord and Masters. And then you expect us to sit down in that house that China built for us and discuss the African affairs. And all we're discussing will be secret to Africa. Come on, let's wake up. This is a lost battle. There's a British adage that says, for a want of a shoes, the war is lost. This is what's happening. Okay, you are in South Africa fighting people who are not even taking, if you divide your economy, by 100, they're not even taking up to 8% of your economy, whatever you are producing in your economy. You are chasing them about. You are proud to go bare chest and be chasing them up and down like partridge. You are hunting them inside the street, and you are so happy about that. It's when I watch it, I feel so sad. I feel so sad. Maybe sadder than what's his name now, Wike. Every time he says, I feel ashamed. So I feel so ashamed of what is going on in Africa, because the unity we have been trying to promote all this while seems not to be working. Even for those countries who have played the frontline roles. I remember in my primary school, they came around and collected money from every primary school boy and girl. At that time, we all donated one kobo, okay, to the pursuit of the South Africa, okay, the liberation of South Africa. I remember that many of our musicians were all singing about South Africa. Sammy Okosu lived and died singing, Appetite yes, Africa is now or never. Those are things we enjoyed when we were growing up. We didn't have an understanding of all what the appetite was, but people like Sonny Okosu put this thing on the front burner of Nigeria and the music around the world. There are many other Nigerian musicians who sang about what was going on in Africa, and also other African musicians who kept these things in the front burner. But today, those people are inconsequential to you because now you see them as your enemy, and some people can justify it. I like the guy who you played, that he's saying, he's fighting the illegal immigrants. Who makes them illegal immigrants? It not be same white people. It's same white people who divided the land and called some parts South Africa. In fact, it used to be what, and then called some parts Rhodesia, or now Zimbabwe. They gave them all kinds of names. And we have been fighting ourselves together to keep those borders that they artificially created for us. We have no sense. We have no sense to come together and say, look, it's possible that majority of the people who are in Benin Republic are supposed to be people, have relatives in Lagos State. So the boundary they've created for us is not correct. We may have to rethink it. We are fighting to keep what is artificial to us. It doesn't make any sense. So how are we going to ever wake up one day and all of a sudden, the light bulb comes on, and then we now just say, oh, we are going to be free now? It's never going to happen. Okay, it's been done. Let's rejoice and manage ourselves. We should go home and tell Nigerians ourselves, because we tell ourselves this thing that this day is going to come. We refuse to hear. The day is here now. Nigeria, which way now? It's no longer which way Africa. Which way Nigeria? Are we going to continue in this order, or do we get a leader who can now make Nigeria, which is what we believe when we were growing up, Nigeria will be the hub, the center point of Africa? We have lost all that. We're now being chased around like rats. It's unfortunate, and the leaders are saying it. They rather be globetrotting. Sorry, my final point. I asked you guys to go and listen to Wole Soyinka's music, okay, in 1980 when Shagari was in power. It's called I've forgotten the title now, but it's Wole Soyinka that sang it. About 3 or 4 or 5 tracks was in it. One of which he talked about how Nigerian leaders at that time were globetrotting. In fact, he said in one of the countries in America, his executive jet passed them while he was going to another meeting for them. Is that not what we are seeing now? It has played before. It's going to play again. It's not going to change. We are not people who learn. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Just a few comments. Sully, go ahead. 1 minute.
So I'm going to respond to Mr. Ike because, you know, I'll say the Igbos, they have this way of always changing topic to complain about, you know, just always diverting topic back to themselves. Now, we are talking about South Africans, and he's talking about what some thugs and politicians did. He's basically trying to equate it on the same level. Igbo people come to Yoruba land, they buy land, they do business, they buy properties, they rent to Yoruba people, they marry our women, they do however they please, they even bring their kings, they do as much as they want to do, and nobody ever stops them. Then you are comparing somebody that is attacking children, somebody that is stopping pregnant women from using their hospital just because they are a foreigner. You are now, you know, this is a very manipulative trait, trying to equate it on the same level. Now, what is good for the goose is also good for the gander. My question is, what happened to the Fulani communities in Igbo land? Did you treat them in a nice way? Did you welcome them? Did you give them the same treatment Yoruba people give Igbo people? Did you allow them to invest in your land? Did you allow them to build? Did you allow them to buy land? Did you allow their communities to grow? Anytime they had communities in the Igbo land, they were always violently attacked. They were always violently targeted. So much so that they could not even build communities in Igbo land. You are doing something bad, but you want every little thing, you want to equate it to the most violent in a very manipulative way, comparing what happened during 2023 election by very few people, which was not supported by majority of the population. You are equating it to what South Africans are doing. That is manipulative. Meanwhile, you treat the Fulani people like shit. You treat them anyhow. You target them, you violate, you cannot even let them build a simple small community in your area. Yet you want to take over everybody's area. And when you have a simple, minor, uncomfortable event, you are now claiming that they are treating you the same way South Africans are treating foreigners. People are tired of this manipulation. And when you see why people don't take you seriously, this is an example. You cannot be pointing hand at everybody while doing the same thing just because those people are not complaining all the time. If everybody starts complaining about what you do, you will not rest in the country because people just keep quiet because everybody is just, they don't want to deal with you, argue with you. If everybody starts complaining about how you behave and what you do to every other community, we will not rest. So stop this manipulation. People are not stupid. How will you even change topic just because you want people to feel sympathy for you in a manipulative manner? What type of it?
All right, thank you, Sully. I don't want us to go.
Fulani people, come here and defend it. How do your people treat Fulani? Come here and defend it.
Thank you, Sully. Anybody?
Can I respond?
Who is saying what? Ike, is it you?
Yeah, I said if I can respond.
That's is it that Ike or KJ? You guys can choose who will respond. I don't want two of you.
Ike, let me respond. Sully, listen. I grew up in the north. I went to primary, secondary school in the north, and even university. If you go to the eastern states, and I'm not going to only limit it to eastern Nigeria, I'm going to include Cross River and Akwa Ibom and River State. If you go there and you don't find a Hausa and Fulani community, even till today, then take whatever you have said is true. But let me tell you something that you don't know about. Those places that these people live are the dirtiest part of those states. I stand to be corrected. In fact, let me go a little bit down the history. Donald Duke had to remove them from the center of Calabar because they refused to build any structure and were constantly making that place dirty. That when he came into government, I'm not talking of Igbo now. When he came into government, he had to move them because it became an eyesore. In fact, let me go a little bit further. Because sometimes people talk, you think we don't have the history. He had to station the people cleaning the street. They're cleaning Calabar at that time. That is their first port of call every morning to make sure that that place is cleaned. They will not build. They were living in batches. They will not even construct just a small bungalow. It was zinc houses, zinc they use making those places, and they sell their animal there. I'm coming back to my state. If you come to Abia State, capital Umuahia, you will find where it's called Amausa, where the Fulanis and their cattle dwell. It's the dirtiest part of Abia State. It was a center of Umuahia, almost at the center of Umuahia. And it continued to be that way until recently that one of these new governors decided to relocate them to a place where it would not be visibly out, it would not be in the public glare. If you go to Imo State, you will also find a place called, what's the name of this place? Where they had bodies that they discovered. When they're coming from Enugu, you pass it. It's come on, what's the name of this place now? Before you pass Okigwe, it's somewhere between Okigwe. Before you get to Okigwe, it was given to the Fulanis. Go and check it. No single one building that belongs to any Fulani man there or any outside man there. The building that was there was the one the people of that locality left for them and moved away because it became so dirty and unkept that they could not live with them. Now, when the last governor came, in fact, I'm talking about Alex Otti now. One of the things that was discovered are the bodies of people who they were killing and burying behind there. That is hundreds of people. So if you look at it, if you go to Enugu, there's a place called is it Abakpa or so they call it. The same thing. So my brother, leave that story now. Old story when they tell you now. If you want land in my state, in my village, bring your money. I will give you land. I think I can give you land. Nobody does that. Let me tell you why we don't do that. The Igbos are travelers. And Igbos have a proverb. A traveler does not sin, does not commit evil against a fellow visitor, because he is going to be a traveler or a visitor in another man's land. So whatever we do, we make sure that when we get to your place, we behave naturally. And then finally, if you find any place where Igbos have gone and taken over land and taken over the people's title and is ruling over them, then all you have said is true. But if you have not been able to find any place, and I'm not talking about Nigeria, all around the world, where Igbos have gone and taken over and ruling the people, then take it that you are correct. Let's stop this thing now.
All right. No, we can't go this direction. No.
Just 30 seconds, please. I want you to notice how the points that I made were not focused on. Instead, they continue to call them dirty. These people were violently targeted and attacked. That is my number one point. But wait now.
Call one place now. Call the place where they attacked.
I listened to you. If you believe that I am telling lies, right? We are in 2026. You have AI. Everybody in the comment section, I want you to use any AI in the world to check the reason why the Fulani were pushed out. Was it because they were dirty, or was it because they were violently targeted and attacked? And that's why I like technology. This is 2026. KJ can say what he wants. I can say what I want. But be honest with yourself. Do the research and find out why they left the community. And also, calling them dirty is a form of ethnic, is an ethnic tribal abuse. So you want to make excuses, we have technology to prove the fact. I can back my own claims up with facts. Can you? That is the real question. Back your own claims up with facts.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you. We can, I know once to go in here, we can come out. So that's why I just wanted to make sure that we limit the conversation. I thank everybody who contributed to this. I really want us to get back to Nigeria and issues in Nigeria. But in general, there was a tone that I had here. But I know that some people might take it that I'm, picking on them. There was this tone I was hearing, especially when we talk about African Americans, when we talk about South Africans. There's this tone that we use, most of us, not all of us, that I know it will take a long time before we start understanding the history to be able to say things that are not categorical. The way we say it is we don't know this, and that's one of the reasons why around the world, when the Nigerians are being picked on, because we are seen as Nigerians, and it doesn't matter what group you are. The way we talk about, especially when I hear that people are lazy, they don't want to work. There might be, but it's not everybody. That's not South Africa. That's not everybody in South Africa. There are people who do not want to work in my village. They don't do anything. The village moving around there. But I'm saying the way we categorize and generalize is scary. And I hope that we'll get to the point where we stop doing that about a particular people. whoever the people are, whether they are Fulani, Igbo people, or Yoruba people. And we all have the stereotypes of every group, but that doesn't represent that group. The stereotype of the Igbo people doesn't represent all Igbo people. That of Yoruba people do not represent. But we easily fall for that. I teach this, that's the first thing I talk to students. If you know how much it hurts everybody, even your own group, when you're stereotyped, but we do it easily. It bothers me. I know it's a long conversation. Hopefully, it's one of those things we can accomplish here. There are people who are bad in every group. They are bad Catholics, they are bad Anglicans, they are bad, but it's not, that doesn't represent the Catholics, that doesn't represent the Anglican. So to come out and say, this group are this group are, it bothers me. I hope we think about that. You know, there's one famous quote by Chinua Achebe, that's the last thing I will say. He said that when you stereotype people, I'm not quoting him, I don't have it in front of me. He said that the stereotypes can even be, the good ones are bad. He said it shows laziness on your part. That even the good stereotype can be terrible. I'll give an example. Let's say I have Indians in my class, and the assumption is that Indians are smart. Let's say you're an Indian, you are in a group and you are expected to be the smart one, and the teacher comes to you all the time to give answer. You'll be embarrassed if you're not smart. It's not all right. It's not all right to stereotype people and dismiss people as a group because of. All right, that's it. Let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about Nigeria, APC, ADC, Peter B moving with Kwankwaso to NDC. I've never heard of that party, but now we are going to hear about that. And whether that is going to be a repeat of 2023, because that's what it's looking like. If we have time after that, we talk about Mali, the situation in Mali. When we talk about Nigeria, we link it up to our president who is on another trip to France. And so thank you again for being here. We will take a quick break.
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
Say, for instance, that we failed to practice democracy in Africa, for instance. They assume that we were taught democracy during colonial rule and that we somehow betrayed our education. That is not the case. That is not true at all. The colonial regime itself was not a democratic system. It was the most extreme form of totalitarianism. The colonial governor was not responsible to anybody in the territory. He might be responsible to a minister in Paris or in London, but he was certainly not responsible to the people on the ground. And so there was no model of democracy. We were not practicing Westminster model in Nigeria under colonial rule. We were practicing colonial dictatorship. And so the colonial people really had no experience, even of this so-called democracy that they were supposed to have inherited. They did not inherit anything of the sort. So it was, again, more than simply a question of people not living up to expectation. They really were not prepared. They were not trained for this.
Well, so candid an admission, once again, can play into the hands of the enemies of black Africa, because so many Westerners argue that, well, that's right, Mr. Achebe is right, that yes, Nigeria was not ready for democracy.
Yes.
And because it can't handle democracy, we'd better stick with South Africa because they know how to keep order, to keep stability, to prevent communists from rising to power, whereas the governments of Africa and other black countries have not proven themselves up to the
Yes, well, that is, of course, totally spurious. The question of being ready, I would like to take that home, because you cannot, what I'm saying really is that you cannot become ready under colonial rule, because colonial, there was no attempt, there was no way, there was no, it was not part of of the program to inculcate democracy. There's no way you can inculcate democracy through dictatorship, you see. So the colonial system in itself was the very antithesis of democracy. So no matter how long you stayed under it, you would not learn democracy. There was democracy in many parts of Africa before colonial rule came, you see. So to say, oh, let's keep ruling them until they learn democracy, it's really fraudulent.
you are playing to the hand of agents, including my own enemies, who want to use insecurity to get rid of me. I'm a very stubborn politician. I just refuse to go. And I will campaign for my second term. I will work.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for staying with us and this wonderful Saturday. We are now shifting grounds. We're going to talk about Nigeria and the political situation in the country. Elections are coming up and things are shaping up. We have Cubana chief priest. I don't know who he is, but he's running for House of Rep. So it's the big story was that Kwankwaso moved to NDC, which tells you that Obi is also moving. And Obi gave us, I think he said this week that he's going to be a candidate for president, which means he's sure of his place. All right, so we're going to talk about that. We're going to put the whole Nigerian story under one topic, including Tinubu's trip to France. So you can start from anywhere you want. Let me start with people who are yet to say anything. Our studio is full, both the back end and here. So when you speak, I will take you out back to the backstage. So don't feel like I'm targeting. People are so sensitive these days. I'm so worried about reactions. All right, so let me start with you, Femi. So it's shaping up that we may have a repeat of
the backstage. I'm not interested.
You're not interested.
The backstage. I'm not interested.
All right. James, I'll take you to the backstage.
That's one vote for renewal.
So Femi, it's shaping up. If what we're hearing is true, we have Peter Obi as a candidate somewhere, Atiku as a candidate somewhere, and then Tinubu as a candidate. We'll still have Showore and Prince Adebayo and all the other people. So a repeat of 2023. What's the take?
The more things change, the more things stay the same, I think, right? Now, if it wasn't sad, it would have been really hilarious. So they say, right? It would have been real funny. It's like a joke. The whole thing is a joke, is a charade in itself. I still maintain, no matter what I say afterwards, I still maintain that I just feel we're wasting our time by continuing this, what I consider nonsense. And we continue to go around in circles. If we feel that we're practicing a democracy, I think we first have to find a way to sanitize the system in such a way that it will align with what works for, I'll take Africa as a whole generally. Let me just put it that way. But that said, to answer your question, one of the first things I did when I saw the news was to go and find out, because Nigeria, first of all, Rudolph, do you know a lot of the political parties, even though they've narrowed down to 21? It was interesting to know that there's actually a party called Boot Party. So I was like, maybe we might decide, maybe some of us in diaspora might decide to go form our own too. Probably call it Shoe Party, because at the end of the day, a lot of these things are just there, they're not relevant, So I didn't even know that it was only registered. It was one of two parties that's the NDC now. I did not realize it was only registered in February, I believe, this year. So I was like, interesting. So the next thing I did, I went ahead to figure out who is at the head, because it's very important. And that's why I said the more things change, the more is the same. Guess who's the leader? Apparently, Seriaka, this thing, right? Does that remind you of anything? So maybe they play the go now. It's the same thing. After what? If I'm being serious, we're being honest. What exactly is the difference between APC, PDP, APC, NDC? It's like if what's it called? By summer, Manchester United, my club, were thinking of recruiting at least 2 midfielders. It's what's it called? Summer sign-in season. We're getting there. So it's the same thing. It's just a game of rolling chairs or what have you. Now that said, again I looked through the entire thing. They don't have a manifesto, of course. They're still new, but even if they have a manifesto, does it make any difference? Even if whoever wins, in my opinion, at this point, let's even assume in an hypothetical world that Obi or Atiku or Kwankwaso, whatever the dynamics is, wins. They're probably going to be working with House of Representatives and Senate that's mostly commandeered by APC. But you know what? I understand. I commiserate with Mr. James. This thing is really toxic. Now, to what's it called? To the angle of our daddy, because you know we have our mama, so we have our papa too. He's gone back to do his probably bi-monthly submission to Macron. You know, it's that there's nothing that's easy anymore. So we have we know our masters when it comes to certain things. So let me keep it that way. Put me in the basket. I beg.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Let me just start with your famous talk about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu going to France. I think it's simple in our local palace. They're saying go do oil change, and go change oil and every other thing. And it's an expensive place. You know, when you take your car to dealership, not roadside mechanic, sometimes they give you coffee to drink. Sometimes they give you fruit juice. Some place too, they won't give you wine. So Tinubu choose to go where they give him wine. Then they put a song on the background to enjoy while he's doing oil change. And I always like the song where they play the song. The song used to say, leg they shake, hand they shake. Baba we know where they shout, Emi Lokan, Emi Lokan, Emi Lokan, Emi Lokan. So when they sing the song over and over and over, then they'll say, move. Then it will move very well. So you see, your hand is not shaking again. Then when you get to talk, it will fall again. And then when you get to number 10 in the UK, it will struggle. Walk to the door of number 10 and say, no soldier, help me, hold me for back small. That is the country that's our first 11. It's so shameful, but let me just go back to where I'm from my mother's side, called Efron, the young man that was killed in Efron. It's just very, very painful. I don't know how to explain it. I hope many of you know that 2 weeks before that time, one other young man also died in that same area too. The police chased him, he ran to the water and everything. They left him there to drown. They were even shooting, stoning and everything. And he drowned 2 weeks ago. Then this one repeats itself and everything. Doctor, is just so painful. And if I would just oppose this thing back to, I know you already moved the topic to this South Africa thing. I will not touch it too much because I don't want to spoil your algorithm. It's just the same thing. You understand? People who come from that place, this is how they also say the people are lazy. You see people from the Igbo boys and the Yoruba boys will be doing all your work. The people from that place will not do the work. And oftentimes, there are different things to these things. It is easy for us to call people lazy. Because the man who comes from that place, it is easy sometimes for some of them, good percentage of them, to fight for their rights. So it is easier to bring somebody who they know don't have any footing, don't have any rights. You understand, and everything, to do the job. But what they do, if I will balance it, I am from that region. For example, Efron is where we have the Petroleum Training Institute. I am from that region. What they do, instead of them to pay me 500,000, they prefer on their own to give me 200,000, sit at home, don't do anything, and employ an Igbo boy or a Yoruba boy, and equally pay that boy 200,000. And somebody, supervisor, manager, will keep 100,000. That boy will be doing the work. And me, that is from there, I'm taking 200,000 without doing anything. Naturally, they call me lazy. But it did not start with lazy. It starts with me fighting for my rights. And it's now said, oh, we accept your right. Just sit down. We're going to give you money. Just go. We don't want no trouble. Everything is in peace now and everything. The system make you lazy. Sometimes the job that you don't want to pick. Some of us who lives in abroad, we all know some of us who come here when we're struggling with our paper, we know the type of life we live. And we make this mistake oftentimes. I always say it. We made this mistake. If doctor already have a master degree and living in the worstest place in New York with somebody who dropped out of school. The day doctor regularize his paper, his work authorization and everything, easily it's going to move fast. And sometimes we get it all wrong by thinking, oh, they are lazy. I started here and I leave them. You and these people are not in the same category. You understand? And we have people like that you think you left. We also have them everywhere scattered in Nigeria, like doctor said. We have them. You understand? I have classmates who are not doing very well in Nigeria. You understand? Will I just call them lazy? And I have classmates who are doing 10 times better than me. That maybe I may be doing better than them today. Will I just call them lazy? This is how Nigeria works. This is how they treat black. It's a mind game. It's divide and rule. You understand? It's the gatekeeping thing. When you look the slavery thing and everything, the one who succeeds to stay in the house, you understand, cause the one who in the farm and gatekeep them and cause them because of my good character. That's why they brought me to the house. But sometimes they fail to understand that they are the one that suffer the mental issue more because these are the people that they rape, they abuse, they do everything. They can't say nothing. That's how black work. That's how Nigeria is working today. Tinubu is systematically killing our democracy and they call him the master strategy. You understand? The way they are doing now, Obina is moving from one party to another party. Look at all the problems that Atiku creates by fighting to be to just be president. Instead of him to just simply go get that your small maker, go and be a statesman. See what IBB is enjoying, what Abdul Salam is enjoying, what Obasanjo is enjoying. But Atiku refused. You understand? Obi is moving from one place to another place, become a political prostitute and everything. At the end of the day, Tinubu creates the problem, but good percentage of people who don't understand the nitty-gritty of all these things, they will say Tinubu is the master strategy. Finally, where is the result? We go nowhere. Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you. So I'm giving everyone 5 minutes. So if you hear the first bell, it's for you to round up your thoughts, and the second one is to end. Bob Chisco, you're next. You're muted. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I will ask my brother, Mr. Paul, not to call Peter Obi a political prostitute. Something necessitates something else. Peter Obi is not a political prostitute. By the way, he has not even told you he's moving from ADC to NDC.
I'm not blaming him. I say what they will call it. I'm not blaming him at all. At all. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Dr. Damages, if I knew you were playing giving us some info about Tinubu, I would have wished you had given us the trending sound bite from Reverend Apostle Suleiman, you know, where he was asking Tinubu, what are you coming back to do? What have you achieved? You told us, if I don't give you electricity in my first term, don't vote me for the second term. And Apostle Suleiman was asking him, with myriads of other questions. You have not given us electricity. You have ended up giving us more insecurity than you met it. So what are you coming back to do? That man was firebrand over the week. So Tinubu, as he called himself, he says he's stubborn. And he is really, really stubborn. And a pro-NiDCOM man he claims to be. He has proven to not just Nigerians, to the whole world, that he is a fake pro-NiDCOM person. Tinubu is not a Democrat. We have seen it. He's never a Democrat. A man who came on board, he has destroyed the country more than he met it. I'm pretty sure all APC members everywhere, whoever comes out to talk good about Tinubu, I know they are not wholeheartedly speaking truth out of their hearts. They know that the man has destroyed Nigeria. They know Tinubu has nothing to offer Nigeria again. So him coming back 2027, I wonder how he hopes to win. He hopes to win through crook. Snatch it, grab it, and run with it. We'll stand to watch as things unfold. Again, Atiku, to me, his desperateness is causing the rift in the ADC. Now he's trying to scatter ADC because he had vowed he's not going to step down, because he told us last week when he was on Arise TV that 2027 is going to be his last trial. So a drowning man, you know, he tries to grab whatever is along the pathway to go down with him. So he wants to try again to prove to us that a last trial could send him to where he wished to go. Atiku has nothing to offer us. Atiku will be 80 or 81 years before 2027. So Obi, from the temperature on the land, everybody wants to be a contender against Tinubu. And should ADC, if they succeed from all these legal tussle, if they succeed and ends up giving Atiku ticket, I wonder what stops Tinubu from snatching, grabbing, and running away with it. And we hope to see more of him falling down in Turkey. Erdogan carry him on his back or his wheelbarrow, falling down in France, falling down in London, and Nigeria continues to be the laughing stock of the world. And only then, many Nigerians, I will only say, woo, to your tent, O Israel. Thank you, Dr. Damages. We see what next that comes up.
All right. Thank you so much, Bob Chisco. Let's hear Ike. Ike Ernest.
Well, I think the next 48, 72 hours, there is going to be a lot of political tsunami and shake-offs in Nigerian political landscape. I don't want to talk much about that, but I think Nigeria will be okay, you know.
I wonder what stops Tinubu from snap. Oh, sorry.
The hope of every Nigerian was for Nigeria to have a real position against APC, but because of greed, personal ego, and personal quest for power, what seems like we are going to have a unified opposition is likely might not be because of greed. We have two options, either by consensus or by indirect primary. ADC, they are looking for somebody to win primary and not somebody to win election. Other people who has interest in the political aspiration in ADC, they want indirect primary. Atiku want consensus where he can spend his money and buy his vote and buy himself up to power. And that is the problem. And also remember the interview he did at Arise or Channel, where he threw some of the political leaders in the north into the bus. And he was thinking he's going to get away with it. He's not getting away with it. You know, so like I did say, 48 to 72 hours, we're going to hear more. And by then, I'll be able to speak more, because the information I have is not something we have to talk about right now, because within 48, 72 hours, we're going to hear more. On the case of our president who has traveled to France and other countries, it's normal. So what are we going to do? He said he's a stubborn politician. So whatever that is happening in the land political scape in Nigeria is all he's making, you know. We are talking about Kwankwaso and Obi movie. Who knows in the next 1 week what is going to be the next problem of that party that they might eventually end up going if they need to move tomorrow or next week. Unless something drastic, unless something miraculously happens in ADC, you know. But if no miracle happened in ADC, I think we might be hearing, you know, we have been hearing some news, because I think today they have come to realize what maybe what the effect of Mr. Peter Obi is in ADC. But I don't think it's too late, because they have only 7 days or 9 days. So like you did say here when you started, in every platform, in every interview, Mr. Peter Obi said he has always told you that he's going to be on a platform. He's going to be a candidate in 2027. And that is what it is. He's going to be a candidate in 2027 by the special grace of God. He is our political party. For me personally, he's my political party. Wherever he goes, we go. So by like I said, 48, 72 hours, you will hear more. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ike. Let's go to comparable facts. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, greeting everybody. Dr. Damage, how many minutes do I have?
4.
Can you add 2 more minutes, please? I need to talk the South Africa stuff.
No,
so
no, we're done with that. Go on
Why
to
did you
the
go for
topic.
But I have
We're not
I'm
going
going to
back.
combine mine, But anyway, regardless, let me
So
let me
that means
start.
you went from 5 minutes to 4 minutes.
We'll make the Nigeria pretty short. About the Obi, the campaign and Kwankwaso, it doesn't surprise me, because if you look at the Supreme Court ruling, it's what I call a parity, or a victory with a cause. That victory, that ruling they made, it was intentional. Why do I say that? Because they point it back to lower court, and you might take the lower court many weeks or months, to make, to decide what they're going to do. And the end of you to register and contest in the next election. I think it's on next month on the 30th. So they don't have enough time to do anything. What's going on in ADC? Nothing is actually happening, because Atiku wants to be the flag bearer with any means necessary. Whether he's going to win or he's not going to win, he's not paying attention about the political capital. Whether nobody's going to vote for him in the South, he just failed. If you look at the interview that he granted, he failed that he can win, and I don't see that. So it's a very good move, that Kwankwaso and Obi is moving to NDC. I think that's the party, right? Hopefully they can iron out things, because I don't see any viable that I think it's going to stay down for Obi. Whether they're going to plant a more in this, in this NDC, I don't know, but that would be the right solution for them. It's kind of fluid right now. We don't really know what's going to happen, but it's a very good move in my own opinion. And that's Paul. Paul, I beg to disagree with you for labeling people to be, a political prostitute. That's not right. You know what's been going on in Nigeria. So he has to find what is called a viable option for him to contest. So you are wrong in that. But it's strictly my own opinion. But that's not a good level for a man of P2B caliber. But having said that, let me go. Let me use the rest of my time on what's going on in South Africa. I've been watching it and I've been following it. I think it's very deplorable what's going on in South Africa, because the South African people, the Black South Africans, are probably the most, the most mentally colonized human being on this earth. This is what they are suffering for. I'm not blaming them for everything, okay? For the foreigners to come there and commit crime, but you're going to say, what is the percentage? Because I was in a different platform being organized by South Africa, and they exactly tell you what is the percentage of foreigners that is actually perpetrating. Believe me, I'm against illegal immigrants, okay? They should take it, they should channel it to the right point through their immigration system, the ANC, the party ruling them, that have not done anything good for them. But beating up people in the street. I was watching a video yesterday where they were going to school. Beating up people in the school. Those kids will be traumatized for the rest of their life. What is actually happening there? You see them beating people in the street. I think the South Africa, like I said, they're still living in an apartheid economy. I think that's what actually happened, because if we look at what 1 in 5 South Africa has, HIV, compared to the white, the South Africa, probably dominate about 80 or 90% of their economy, and the white are just 7%. So in my own opinion, they should find a way to solve that problem, neither go to immigration and let the immigration hold them accountable, the police, I know they are corrupt, maybe create a fair economy, where everybody can have equal opportunity. You improve your immigration system. This is the job of immigration. It's not the job of vigilante. Go to the road and harassing somebody, asking them, where's your passport? Are you legally here or you're not illegal? Yeah. They should do that properly. So there's a way to improve, you hold your government accountable to do something equality, not the white controlling about 80% of the whole thing. That's not going to help you, There should be what I consider like a community dialogue, to integrate other people. Is that my time already? Wow. All right, Dr. Damage.
All right, thank you so much. Comparable facts. KJ.
KJ. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Sorry, my device was failing me. Yeah. I don't know, where do you want me to start, because everybody seems to have scattered
No, just as long as it's about Nigeria. For you have for
okay. First and foremost, comparable fact. What you quoted, Paul saying, didn't say that. He said tomorrow now people will start saying Obi is a political prostitute. They didn't call him a political prostitute. So let's get that right. All right. You see, there's a plethora of issues that's going on in Nigeria, and one doesn't even know where to start. You see, it's a very difficult time to be a journalist in Nigeria because you don't even know which story to follow. Your station will be totally caught, flat-footed because all the stories carry the same weight. But the one I want to talk about, maybe the one that involves the man's life being taken. I could only watch that thing once. In fact, when I was watching it, I didn't even know he was going to shoot him. If I knew he was going to shoot him, I probably wouldn't have even got to that point. It's one of the cruelest things I've seen in my lifetime. Somebody's hand, with a handcuff behind him and telling you that he can take you to the person, that they don't usually open a package, which is true. If you are sent to go and pick a package, do they tell you what is inside? So what they simply did was to shut the guy down so that the people who have sent him will not be known. So that's the end of that story. A dead man don't talk. The highest they can do is what they've done to that man. So the policeman who was sent to come and buy him is the one who's going to take the fall, protecting the big people who are behind. I mean, it's not as if the guy was violent. It's not as if he was attacking anybody. It's not as if he was even challenging people. He said to you, I can take you to the place. I have the man's address. Even when you try to buy him the first time, the gun will not work. You have to restart it again and collect a fresh bullet to put in it. So you can see it's a deliberate action. It's a deliberate action, and it's not just because he wanted to do that, but because he probably have been sent to come and do it. That's my own submission to that. Sacking them, dismissing them is not enough for me. If you follow the story, you will have known that the woman said this is the second son of her that the police has spied. The second son in a country that's not at war, in a country where anarchy is not yet reigning, and this can happen in the glare of everybody. It's so sad for me. It's so sad for me. How much is a Nigerian life worth? That's what I've always asked on this program. How much are we worth? In a nation that don't respect the most prized possession on earth, which is life. What do you think is going to come out of it? So now, they are, let me even circle a little bit back. The lady who was talking about the book that the man wrote, you could see the confidence the man had in talking. So they are raising the next generation of suicide bombers, and they are secret society cops. So they have to start from this young age to twist their mind. Even for me as an adult, reading that the man went to because the dog couldn't guard the meat he gave him. In the first place, are you not stupid to give a dog meat to guard for you? But haven't even done that stupidity, and you come back, somebody, a thief, have come to steal the meat, and the only thing an old man can think of is to go put an iron in the fire and come and put on inside the nose of the dog. For crying out loud! Is this even Harry Potter never wrote this kind of story? Okay, what are you trying to teach a kindergarten child? That to do evil, to do the kind of cruelty is good. And the woman is talking. You are sitting on your easy chair and saying she's too small to ask a question. Who are you writing for? I don't like to use curse word, but I will have cursed him. Who are you writing for? You are writing for the public. She is a public, okay? And you cannot answer to her. Then write the book and keep it in your shelf so that your children can be reading it. By the way, even the language of this the textbook doesn't make sense to me. It's not entertaining in any way. What kind of, I don't want to use curse words. God help me. What kind of story is that you're writing for children? Is this even interesting? Is it even interesting? Okay, if Nigeria don't know what to do, let's go back to Lady Bird books. The one we're reading when we're in primary school. Lady Bird books. Let's go back there. and go and continue to borrow their story and read. When you write this kind of cruelty and teach children of that, and what the woman was saying is very correct. At this point, they are always practicing what they see or read, and then you want to say that it's nothing harmful about it. Thank you. I rest my case.
All right, thank you, KJ. Mazi, where are you? Are next.
Yeah, Doctor, good evening and good evening, my friends. Doctor, please, I beg you for pardon, because Soli said something about Fulani not living in Igbo land. If you ask AI today, how many Northerners are living in Igbo land, they're giving you 4 million Northerners living in Igbo land, 4 million. That is here. And this young man says what is very dangerous here. Because if you go to Enugu State, there is a particular city called Gariki. It is occupied by the Fulanis. If you come to my Owerri, if you go to Amausa, Amausa is full of Fulanis and Hausas. The money, if you want to change your money, if you want to do anything, that's where you go. Nobody struggle with them in Amausa in Owerri. And Amausa is like when you live in Manhattan, in New York. Gariki is one of the biggest cities in Enugu. If you go to Nsukka, in fact, population of Fulanis are even more than population of Igbo people in Nsukka. When you go to Ebonyi State, the largest Islamic school outside northern Nigeria is in Ebonyi State, occupied by the Fulanis, occupied by the Hausas. If you go to Oka, if you come to Onitsha, Sokoto Road, the biggest mosque in Igbo land, are occupied by the Fulanis. We have Sadikin Hausawa in every city in Igbo land. Dr. Damages, do you know why Buhari attacked Sunday Igboho? Because Sunday Igboho went out chasing out Fulanis in Oyo State, Ibarapa precisely. He went there, he moved his soldiers there. He went there and fought them. It was almost 2 days war. A lot of Fulanis were murdered. Their business was destroyed. Why the Yorubas founded Amoteku was because of the Fulanis who are living in the bush. Nobody is stopping Fulanis from living in Igbo land. If you see where people are telling Fulanis move, it is the place they are causing havoc with their cattle, which is not only in Igbo land, including in Yoruba land, including even in Hausa land, including in TV land. So when somebody comes here and make this kind of horrible, incitement, and Dr. Damages, he didn't debunk him, he didn't fact check him, it's very dangerous. Very, very dangerous, because I know that the Fulanis, the Yorubas are having more problem with the Fulanis than the Igbos. Today, if you go to every Yoruba city or state, they are telling them to leave because they are causing havoc. Not Fulanis in the city, but Fulanis in the bush. If you come to Ebonyi State, where they have given some problems, why the people are telling them move? Because they were using their cattle to destroy people's life and property. The same thing in also one in Enugu State. So anybody coming here telling you Fulani, we are chasing Fulanis out of Igbo land, that person is very dangerous, very dangerous. Look at it here. It is here. You can Google it. How many Northerners are living in Igbo land? 4 million people. Doctor, please debunk this thing. It's very dangerous. Please. That's why I came in here. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, Mazapara. Let me, before we continue, let me just inform you that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have Dr. Malcolm Fabi. He's going to join us to give us results from the polling that he has been doing on issues in Nigeria. So one of those things is something that will be of interest to you guys is P2B. I'm hearing people asking that question. Is P2B, are people going to follow P2B from one political party to the other? There are questions about why is it that the guy that ran for office under ADC didn't win in Abuja. So some interesting things that sometimes we assume that this is what the Nigerian people are thinking, but the polls will show something that might be different in some cases. So tomorrow at 1:30 New York time here, or 6:30 p.m. in Nigeria, we will have him join us on 90 Minutes Africa. All right. So sorry, I won't come to you yet. I will say you will weigh in on what you want to say when it's your turn. So that we can get to. There are many people that are waiting, and I'm trying.
It's just 30 seconds response. I'm not even going to because okay. First of all, from your first statement, right? I cannot take you serious because you have changed what I said. You built a whole argument based on what you heard, not what I said. My advice to you is go back, thank God it's a live stream, rewind, listen to what I said, and don't come and twist the narrative. The manipulation is getting lame. Fix your manipulation, get better at it. Don't twist my words. Focus on what I say and then feedback on what I say. Don't come and start lying to the audience when I said this or I said that when I didn't say it. Focus on my topic. You have ears. Use it. When you speak, I listen. When I speak, you twist my words. You are too old to be playing this kind of games. I'm not dumb. Focus on what.
All right, Sully, that's enough. Let's continue with this topic. We don't want to derail this. Most of you have now addressed the issue of what will happen, and I'm not sure whether it's that people don't have an idea. The topic we're discussing the election coming up and the movements of the political parties that are taking place. I like Ike, what he said, but Ike said that he won't tell us what he knows. I hope that somebody will tell us what's happening. That's the idea of this conversation. Clifford, welcome to the show. So before you start, Clifford, let me just say for those who are watching, some people are confused about what I'm doing. Sometimes new people come in. I don't want to put in new people to be talking while older people people who have been here longer will just stay and wait for them, and people are constantly coming in. So I try to mix it up. So there's a kind of a method to the madness. Sometimes people don't understand. So I'm just for those who are making comments about things. Clifford, go ahead.
Greetings, everybody.
Yeah.
I hope I'm coming clear.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Please, Dr. Damages, this message is for you because I don't think you are handling these solid things normal because it started with Ekene, then last week was Ifi. Now he's saying something. He's trying to twist it that it's not what he said. I came in because of that statement that no Funani is allowed in Igbo land, that they were chasing.
Exactly.
That is why I came in. This is what he said. I wanted to ask him to go to Douglas Road, Amausa Owerri. So, Dr. Damages, sometimes if he starts spilling this nonsense, can you please correct him? I don't know how you are promoting this evil and you are saying you don't want to sort people down. But for me, you are promoting evil by allowing this guy saying all these things that he has been saying since weeks. That is because of this Funanity. That's why I came in. Please try to do better. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Clifford. Thank you. I wouldn't even try to defend anything, but I like.
This is not a laughing matter. Don't say this is not a laughing matter. Honestly, this is very dangerous. Very dangerous. He said it. That's why I came in here. He said it. He said that no Fulani man is living in Ebola and we're chasing them out. And he's telling me that I didn't hear what he says. This young boy is making your program very, very, incisive. I'm telling you the fact.
Okay.
People are complaining about this young man. This young man is making this program very uninteresting.
Thank you, Mazen. So this is the point, and I'm happy that this is coming up. The platform is called Have Your Say, and I believe and I trust the people who are watching at home to do part of the work. And you people watching at home, you saw it, and you saw whatever you saw, and you felt like you have to come in and say something, and you came and said something. I don't know. I don't even remember exactly what Sully said, and you can rewind it. But the point is this. The point is this. Everybody here you are smart enough to know if somebody is wrong. I can't correct everything. Almost everybody here has said something I don't agree with. Sometimes I know that this is not right. If I have to do it, there won't be conversation here. We are going to basically be me correcting everybody or try. I don't know everything too. I can't say that I know everything that is right or wrong. So I believe that.
Sorry, Dr.
Hold on. Who is speaking now? Hold on. I believe
it's me. I wanted to say something.
Who is speaking? I didn't call you. Who is speaking? So,
but I still have my 4 minutes or 5 minutes.
Wait for you are done. You said you are done. You are
I
done.
still have my 4 minutes.
You said you are done. I didn't tell you to be. But the point I'm making is that the reason why this is structured this way is that you can come in if you hear something you don't like. This just like you did, Mazapara, just like you did, Clifford. You came in to say this is not right, and that's how it should work. Okay, I don't know everything. I'm not going to correct everything anybody here is saying. I know that when it's about you, about a group you associate yourself with, you feel like that has to be done. But there are other people who say things I know that this is not accurate. I can't monitor this and be the one that will correct everything everybody's saying. Then it's no longer going to be have your say. If it's 90 Minutes Africa and I'm moderating, I'm interviewing somebody, yeah, as far as I can, I'll try to correct it. But I believe that you watching at home, you who is a panelist, when you get to your turn, you can say this is wrong. I let you say that. Prove your point. Give you a reason why it's wrong. But people think that because it's concerning to you, I should be there fighting for you and defending you. No, that's not what we're doing here. We want people to air their view. You correct them if you come in and feel that they are wrong. And if they think you are wrong, they will say that you are wrong. And that's the conversation we're having. Shobo? All right. Sola, go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph and everybody, good evening. I think, Soli, to be honest with you, yeah, some of the things you said is not far-fetched, but at the end of the day, you have to be very, very sensitive in this matter. This matter is a very, very sensitive matter, both in South Africa or in Ghana or in Nigeria. When people have gone through genocide like the Igbo people have gone through in Nigeria, then you understand how sensitive the case is. When you've gone through what the apartheid regime that the South Africans have gone through, you will understand this thing. Look, it's just like when you're in space, there's no up, there's no down on this matter. Because we lack history in Africa. When we have history, we throw it out because we don't want to offend people. But it is in that history we should be able to come strong together and build a very good relationship. I served in the North, and I've also lived in the East as well for over 2 years. So, and yes, you might see some certain things. And it took me a while to understand, and this is basically pure on my own thinking, that you look at an Igbo man, he doesn't have a house in even, let's say in the UK, I'm just using it so people shouldn't come for me. Let's say in the UK, but the first thing he did is he built a house in his homeland. And you ask yourself why? Because when you listen to history, when they chased them from the north and they killed mammoth of them due to some crazy person idea in which they don't even, what's it called, Kaduna Izwego or whatever, and he's not even, he lived in Kaduna all his life, and they were lynching the Igbo. So I think they had to say, look, we have to be building house first at home, because home is, where we should go. And when you see all of these things crippling up, you need to be very, very sensitive in whatever you're saying. I'm not saying maybe what you're saying is bad or what you're saying is wrong, but please understand where they're also coming from, because it's coming from a place of pain. When people are being lynched, just hold on, guy. You say, I'm a Yoruba person. Do you understand? My best friend is an Igbo person. And even I've had issues with Ekene here, in which I think is Ekene or somebody, I think Mr. KJ, in which he did speak to. And other people, even Paul, also came into my defense and all the stuff. But the reality is, genocide is a very, very big issue. Okay? And, that's what made other people come up. But we need to be very, very careful to get fact, truth, reality. There are people living. There is an Hausa quarter in between Asaba and Onitsha. On the right, at the end of the day, there is an Hausa quarter in Ogwashuku, in which I stayed for over 2 years. There is an Hausa quarter everywhere. So yes, it may be dirty, it may be this, but is it that they are not being accommodated? They are being accommodated. Were they being chased away while I was there? And this was back in 2020, 2021. No, that's not a reality. So I think we need to get our facts right so that we can more or less put things in the right context. Secondly, about Nigeria, Mr. Rudolph and I have also told forefathers, see, until we have two things, the rule of law, that is the judiciary, and our police force, which is police force or military, let's use police force, until these people are independent, and I say solely independent, to be honest with you, Nigeria is crumbling. And I'm telling everybody, there is a civil war coming up, or there is going to be a dictator or whatever that is going to come up. It may be in the next 20 years, it may be in the next 50 years. Because, you see, Tinubu, I've said it the last time, set us back. Buhari set us back. Tinubu is damaging the country. He's just, I don't know the English to use again. He has crumbled the country. See what he did in Rivers. Nobody will do it. And that thing he did in Rivers, in a couple of years to come, when he has died, it will happen in Lagos, because there's going to be a big fight in Lagos when he goes. And a lot of people don't know. So one thing we need to be very, very careful is that, we can talk all we want here. What we need to be advocating for is our judiciary to be independent, and as well as our ICPC, our EFCC, these guys should be independent. Because look at the guy that they murdered the guy in cold blood, and he was being bound, and you still shot him and kill him. Nothing is going to happen to that policeman. Mark my words. In a couple of months, he will be out, he's going to be freed, and he's going to be a tool for these politicians. Is this the first time it's happening? No. These guys, they will release them during political, this time by towards the end of the year or whatever. They will release them to go and do their bidding. They'll put them back or let them go to another place. There is no data. Dr. Rudolph, everybody here anyway, we all know this. There's no data in Nigeria. If you move from Lagos to Abuja, there's no way they can track you. But you cannot move from, like you said, I'm in the UK, you can't move from London, say you're going to Manchester, that you not change your address. Even your driver's license, you have to, if you don't change your address, it's an offense. You're breaking the law. So we need to more or less put all of these things in context and see how we can improve Nigeria. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Sola. Let's see, we're going to Saxonia. I'm at a loss at people who are left.
Please put me to the back, please.
Okay. Okay. Ovi, I think you are next, and Sully. Paul, did you weigh in on this, Paul? No? Okay.
No,
all right.
Paul. Yeah. What's the topic? Because I think we derailed it. That was what I was.
We're talking about Nigeria. We're talking about the political calculations.
Right.
We're making the permutation that this might just be a repeat of 2023. Any news out of Nigeria? This is the time to
okay, so before we go on to that, I want to just bring out the hypocrisy of those bashing Solly. And while I think, yes, maybe he could have been more judicious with his statements, or I don't want to say understanding, because there was no, I don't understand. I don't get what the last speaker was trying to say, but I don't know why he brought on the incidents of the Civil War. But maybe with time, and maybe I want to attribute that. Of course, I don't know his age, but maybe I want to attribute his mode of explaining himself or his speech to youthful exuberance. Maybe with time he'll learn how to be as sly, maybe manipulative like the speakers before him. Because if you notice, yeah, it's fun, but if you notice, I can and KJ basically said things in sly, in very subtle ways, but I would assume everybody picked up on it because I know we're all very intelligent people on it. And it ticked Solly off to the extent that he had to blow everything out in the open. If we're going to condemn him, KJ made so much stereotypical statements about a certain group of the nation being dirty. And I asked him in the comments, I said, well, I put it out there in the comments. What about if we go in Lagos right now and the Yorubas are saying, well, our society was never dirty until the Igbos came in. It wasn't this filthy until y'all came in. So if we want to speak, it's either we condemn everybody, we eschew stereotypes, we condemn stereotypes, we condemn bigotry. Let's condemn it all around. And that's to say, maybe I'm on your side, Dr. Damages. Not maybe, I'm saying I am on your side. I think we should all face things as Nigerians, because if you notice what he did, and this is to KJ, he came on all guns blazing, condemning what I suggested about South Africa. Everybody was on here. I said, maybe we need to start talking about unity. And he said, well, you want to talk about unity, but in Nigeria, people don't want the boundaries to be shaped. I think he's talking about the Anioma issue where, you know, they're saying this side should be to the South and this side should be to the Southeast, however you guys do it. But this is what I'm saying. This bigotry has to stop. And if you want the young guy to stop it, maybe you as the older guys have to take the lead. Now, to the topic. Something piqued my interest, Dr. Damages, when the president was speaking, President Tinubu. And it was about the fact that he kept saying, my enemies don't want me to succeed, and I'm paraphrasing now, they don't want me to succeed, and they're using insecurity as a means to drag me down. And if you notice, Dr. Damages, the last 3 presidents we've had, this going to Buhari and now Tinubu and Jonathan, right? They've always had the same complaints. They've had the same excuse. And I think this will make Nigerians think. Like if Buhari, a Fulani, was also having the same complaints, and Jonathan, a Christian from the South, had the same complaints, and now we have Tinubu from the Southwest, a Muslim, having the same complaints. Isn't it about time we start realizing that maybe the problems are more complicated and more intricate than we actually seem to want to believe? So something I've been bringing up on here for a minute, and this is because I've seen several actors that certain people on this panel have also supported. People like George Soule, people like Frank Uto, people like Alex Pepe, statements from people like Donald Trump, statements from people like Walid Fares, statements from people like, I forget his name right now, the guy Donald Trump put in charge an actual report on Nigeria. I think Nigerians need to start looking like now it is clear that there are external forces trying to ensure that Nigeria delves into sectarian violence, that the nascent democracy Nigeria enjoys today is destroyed, and that the country is fractured beyond recoverability. And I think at some point, we have to start looking at things beyond the whole Christian versus Muslim that they're trying to put in our heads, and realize that there are external forces in charge of these so-called jihadist groups that are hell-bent on making sure the country is destroyed. But I'll talk about that later. I heard the bell.
All right, thank you. Before we continue, I think it was Chisco that mentioned Suleiman. Let me play the video.
Did not, you want to vote for him again. People are suffering. Then what do you want to come back and do now? What we have is a broken down system. Today, to travel in Nigeria, you have to pray and believe God for safe journey. Get one thing right. Nigerians are not asking for too much. If you can't get power, give us security. Can't give us security, let us be able to buy things cheap. Just do one. Don't vote for them. Don't be shocked if this new week now you read them attacking me online. No. There are people abroad today who are not abroad because they want too many wealth. It's because they want safety. That's why somebody can leave medical doctor and become a taxi driver abroad. You are laughing at him, but it's under an atmosphere that is safe. He wants to be able to go out and he's not worried that he'll be kidnapped. Today, to travel in Nigeria, you have to pray and believe God for safe journey. Is that a country? Don't mock them when they are abroad. How can somebody leave this place and now go there? It's safe. I interact with people as I travel. They'll tell me, say, Apostle, I don't like this place I'm in. I want to go back home. Say, but I'm safe here. I don't want too much. I want to be able to go to the farm and come back. I'm safe. But that's not what we have now. What we have is a broken down system. Most of you are not in politics. Get involved. Again, how can you get involved when people have now occupied your space? You can't be local government chairman unless you're in a clique. Local government chairman or chairman of local people, they will pick you. It's not by election, it's by selection. They will pick you. It's corrupted. If people rig themselves into power, let it be clear that they rig, not that you voted for them. First 4 years, somebody did nothing, you want to vote for him again. First term is when people really work. If you fail like this first term, what are you coming? All this nonsense. Performance is the best form of campaign. You didn't perform. That's why you are destroying opposition, doing all kinds of, because you fail. Is it a spell that you can't talk? Are things good? From $460 to $1,500. See fuel. Then what do you want to come back and do now? What are you coming back to do? See, some of us now, they are going to a news house to analyze what we are saying. But years ago, when I was speaking against Jonathan, they were clapping for me. These same people, when Chibok girls were kidnapped and I was speaking that Jonathan, you failed, release it, they were clapping because they were attacking every just to lay hold on power. That's the truth. You failed the class, you want to come back again. You fail, go. You go. Get one thing right. Nigerians are not asking for too much. If you can't get power, give us security. Can't give us security, let us be able to buy things cheap. Just do one right. Light, zero. You even have solar in the villa. Don't be shocked if this new week now you read them attacking me online. No. Don't be shocked. Don't worry, forget. We have conquered media, forget. When you talk, you go rest. People are suffering. I open my phone now. I see your messages. I don't have that resources to attend to everybody. Legit, people are hungry. I see my phone, everybody's hungry. People can't travel, they can't go anywhere. Kidnap is not a business. Then what are you campaigning? You vote for them again. If you rig yourself, let the judgment be on you that you rig. But don't vote for them. Are you following what I'm saying? Don't vote for government that empowers people to kill you. If you go around the world, like I do, the anger, everything is working. Anywhere this government does well, I praise them. Are you aware? Anywhere they do well, I praise them. So I'm not a politician. I say things the way they are. 1 December.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We have a few more minutes to round up on this topic. We'll get to everybody, and we will then rant and call it a day. Ovie, you are next. Oh,
yes.
KJ, I'll get to you. Let's make progress with people who are here to say anything. Otherwise, we'll be dragged back. Go ahead. Ovie, 4 minutes.
Suleiman is our illustrious son, to whom we are very proud of, you know. We understand it's the season, you know. We are putting a team together for the campaign, the New Hope campaign. So, with the position is occupied in the society, it deserves a territory, and the territory comes with a budget. So, Blessed and never reach out to them. But you know, he finished that statement by saying that if the government do well, I will praise and so we give her time. They could give her an assignment. He could begin praise the government of the day. But and Dr. Dameji, I'm kind of I know say you are, you know, in your job today you are, you know, meant to play devil advocate, but I'm kind of offended. You know, you've been a bona fide student of honor politics. You know, Paul is also one of the students. Ike and Ife. I think I've done a good job, you know, by guiding you people emotion, you know, avoid what the obedience are going through currently. This is an emotional roller coaster. I've already framed it and projected that there's no way we'll be going to ADC just to get a ticket. That was not his goal because it doesn't make sense to me. I still did here. I think Hike would give me witness. And I went ahead to say he's going to NDC, but people say, everybody smoke. I don't know what I'm talking about. But if you leave, make I not carry on go too far. If you watched when Kwankwaso joined them for ADC, the crowd that gathered in Kano, there were three political parties that were present. Right? Apart from the obedient, led by Obi, there was Makinde Ango, PDP, that was present too. Then there was the NDC, led by the Sarki, I'm waiting there for them. But people would not pay attention to that. They were all present in Kano. Well, if you look at it very well, these are all Obasanjo political children. So, but I still don't believe that the Obi and Kwankwaso ticket will make it to the finish line. But we'll see. But he is going to NDC for sure. But what is happening? What is happening here? In our politics, political theory, that's what I call a control opposition. And in this scenario, we, the Nigerian people who are not in power, the opposition here, we are controlled. And I'll tell you how, because control opposition pretty much refers to a protest movement, political faction, or dissident group that is actually funded, managed, or secretly directed by the very entity it claimed to oppose. So the goal here is not to really win, but rather to manage the narrative and ensure that any real energy for change is channeled into a dead end. And how this thing they work, if you look at it, I will use some example. So the primary mechanism to control opposition is containment. Right? How do you contain people? Now, when they use they, I'm talking about those who are in power, right? If you want to accuse the Tinubu uncle, you can factor that into as the they. Now, how do you know they identify dissident voice? Example, like Showore, VDM, Kwankwaso, or will be, in this case, to lead a resistance to see who join, effectively to create a registry of potential troublemaker or potential, rather than having dissident voice in every state and every corner. If you bring them together under one umbrella, you can easily deal with them or control them effectively. That's one way of doing it. Or you discredit a genuine movement. After this one, they do it by associating the real grievances with a irrational, extreme control leader. The public is conditioned to reject the cause that they stand for. 2020 election was a very typical example. The Take It Back movement, the accusation of Obi is that Obi is controlled, he's part of the system. He has successfully come to carry their membership, their followership, which is in Nigeria, which they believe that is under the control of Showore. And now they are under that powerful leader that is heavily controlled by the system. They could not do anything. You can see they are right, because after they declared the result of 2023, the Nigerian youth were just waiting for who? Go from their leader. But of course, that's a typical example of a control leader. He can't do it because it's part of the system. That's another one. So if you look at it from that perspective, all the genuine grievances of after the system, we want to destroy the system by channel to what? Let's say democracy. In Nigeria, a Nigerian youth, people like them Sole who they ask our elders, what do you mean by democracy? And nobody can able to convince him. Now you are not asking them to save democracy. That was not what they started with. So that's how you control a genuine movement, by a powerful leader, or you identify a dissident person to lead and absorb other. So that's what is happening in the Nigerian context. So we will move and they will move. But at the end of the day, we are all in for it.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. So please, I'm lost in terms of who is here to speak other than Sully and Dexter. Who else? If you know if he's there. If you haven't spoken on this topic, let me know. I thought that Paul did. Paul, did you speak on this topic? How is that possible? All right, Dexter, go ahead. Dexter, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages and everybody on the panel. Yeah, I've been listening on the backstage. So first of all, I'll say thank you for giving people this platform, because people's voices need to be heard, irrespective of whether it's what everybody likes or what people don't like. And I think that's one of the good things, at least people are being heard and people are speaking. So then you can now kind of know where people are, and then you can form a synergy among people. So yeah, I think irrespective of what people say, whether you agree or not, it's good. So thank you to Dr. Damages for making the platform available and people coming to speak up, speak up their minds. People should speak up and let's know what's going on inside. going to what's happening in Nigeria, I think there's been a kind of mischaracterization of what Tinubu said. I don't think Tinubu was saying his enemies are the outsiders. Like Tinubu was talking about enemies in Nigeria, like his political opponent. I don't want him to come back. So let's not mischaracterize it. Okay? Let's not mischaracterize it and make it look like it is the Western or foreign people that are trying to, the enemies are within. The enemies are within. Those are the people he's talking about. Yeah.
I'm trying.
Okay.
I'm trying.
You can't communicate.
Go and take care of your baby instead of coming here.
No, don't say that. I like babies. No, I actually want to see the face of the baby. I mean, we have to think about this. The next generation, I'm thinking about the next generation. These are the people that we are fighting for. But next time, maybe we can go to...
please put it for her.
We go to Paul. And
yeah, so I'm back. I'm back. Let me just round up. So, yeah, so I think, so that's what I think. So what Tinubu was saying was really not about foreign governments. So let's get that fact right. Also, but the question is that the government is not thinking about the people. And I think, I think many of us, especially people who may be, I think, see, Dr. David, I'll tell you this, I think somehow we are like the bourgeois in Nigeria, us here, because we are not feeling the pain. Look, if you have to fuel your car, if you're driving a Toyota Corolla now, you need to spend like 45K to put a full tank in your car. How many people can afford that? How many people can afford that? I saw a video today, a school, a primary school in Benue State, owned by the government. They are not, the ground is sand. There are no chairs. I mean, it's, and so I just think that sometimes we come here and we are talking all this, the basic things for the kids are not available. And that's the next generation. It's from there the next person that wants to become the president of Nigeria will come out from. And these are realities. It's comatose really in the country. I was listening to this person, Edmond Obilo. Somebody came on his program and said that, look, Nigeria is designed not to work. Because when you have the plurality you have in Nigeria, it's a heterogeneous society. It's very difficult for that kind of society to work with the kind of democracy that we are practicing. He says, except we go with the Singaporean model, where Lee Kuan Yew was in charge for close to 25 years to set everything right before the country could run. But the way Nigeria is structured right now, it's not going to work, except they regionalize it and let the homogeneous people develop their places. Dr. Damages, think about it. The government just decided on Thursday that they are going to do new projects. Railway from Kaduna, is it Kano to Lagos, Kaduna to Lagos, and the money for that railway is coming from crude oil in the creeks. There are no railways in the creeks. There's no railway in Bayelsa. There's no railway in Kosiva. There's no railway in Delta. Which kind of country are we running? So you get money from the creeks, the people there, you pollute their water, you destabilize them, you carry the money, and you go and install railway somewhere else. Which kind of country is that? And the people in the creeks where they're getting their money from, they don't matter. Nobody asks them which kind of dysfunctional country are we? Which kind of dysfunctional country are we? And people think that that's good. How will you be taking money from the Calabari people, from the Bonny people, from the Egbema people, and you carry the money and use it and build railway somewhere else? You sell the money in future sales or in crude oil for the next 30 years, and the people there don't have anything, and then you say you're developing. It can't work. The country like that, what is just happening is that everybody, and that is why Nigeria is working the way it is. Everybody that gets to power wants to fleece the country. And when you fleece the country, the best thing you do is you put something. Buhari was building railway from Niger to, what is the name of the country? From Katsina to Niger. Economic value has been brought. And the money for that will be paid with the gas coming from somewhere else. And the people that have the gas, there's nothing to show for them. It doesn't work, and It's very sad. And some of us come here, we are talking because we are internal clients. So we are talking, open our mouth and talking anyhow. We are actually the bourgeois if we are not careful. If we cannot go down and feel the pain of what's happening. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dexter. Paul, you're next.
Doctor, I just don't want to talk much, but I think Dexter just kind of touched me somewhere when he talk about this OET. It's just kind of funny. Dexter, you must understand that if they bring development, better development on where they get the resources, it's simple. The people will be more educated, very, very enlightened. Business will attract that area, so the people will be more informed. And when they get more informed, what do you think they'll do? They'll ask for more. Then when they ask for more, if they don't get, then it becomes more anarchy. So they calculate all these things very well. That's what they're doing. I just want to touch the issues with Soli and my Eastern brother and everything. It's simple. Two major ethnic groups that are nomadic in nature is the Fulani. Let me just use the general word like we used to call it back in the days. The Hausas and the Igbo people. They travel all looks and cranny. If you see a Yoruba man travel, they travel for Federal Character Commission because of you join the ministry, they transfer you. But it is the Igbo people that will travel in my village everywhere, and also the Hausa people. You understand? And then the Igbo people, they travel, they set up their small business. Oftentimes, solely, what I will make you understand, I don't cover Nigeria very well, but I understand Lagos very well because I was born and raised in Lagos. I cover Lagos very well. I can draw how Hausa people live in nature. They are very conservative people in nature. They live together. You understand? When you see Hausa, you see the elites, they live in Agege. You see them, they live in Alabarago. They live in Hausa line in Jegule. They live in Yaba. This is how they live. They live together. So oftentimes when these little problems started coming in, this happened in my father's place. So what they do, if an Hausa man, you bring them for security, the Fulani, precisely, you give them maybe one small place to manage one compound. Before you know, they spring up. Over time, people don't know, maybe the person who gave them this place and everything is dead and gone. It becomes problem. So in my place, what they do, they try as much as possible to dash them anything. They say, we give you for free. They do all the document and everything, so they don't own nothing. But in their nature, like I will tell you, they live together. But for the Igbo people, they spread, they scattered and everything. So maybe that Hausa, that Fulani man, who want to ask for a small portion of place to say, can you give me this little place? And the people based on history, they said, no. You bring one gate man, before you know what happened, 50 people is living in front of your compound. All this problem, and they start moving and everything. They say no. They might throw that story out there, and you might think like, oh, they didn't give them land. No. The Fulani, the Hausa people, they live everywhere in Nigeria, just like the Igbo people. In fact, if we want to write a better history of Nigeria, the two major tribes that can stand up and tell us the history of our country very well, it's supposed to be these two tribes because they cover the country very well. In good faith, you can't see an Orobo man say, oh, you want to go live in Kano. Maybe he's in the military, maybe he's in civil service because they transfer in there. You don't have no option. But just stand up and say that I'm going there. It's not possible. It's only the Igbo and the Yoruba do that. So please, take your time to check these things very well. Hausa people, they are everywhere in Nigeria, like the Igbo people. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Sully, you have 4 minutes.
I wish it was 5 minutes. Okay. I didn't want to talk about this topic again, but I knew that the moment Ike brought up that fake thing that he said I said, everybody was going to follow up and keep repeating it. The topic, let me refresh everybody's brain. The topic was about South Africans attacking foreigners. That was the topic. Then Mr. Ike brought it and put it on the same level and placed it like the Yorubas are attacking Igbos just because they are Igbos. The South Africans are attacking foreign children, foreign communities, foreign family. Are you saying that Yoruba people are attacking Igbo families, Igbo children, Igbo communities? So I then said, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. And I shifted it to Fulani communities, children, families being attacked in Igbo land. Then Mr. Mazi came and said that I said that Northerners are not living in Igbo land. When did I say that? It was a manipulative way to shift from the main topic of attack, which was what started it in the first place. And then everybody that came after started repeating it. You know, once you say a lie, everybody now starts believing that that is what I said. That is why I said, open your ear, rewind the video. Everybody keeps attacking me on what they heard, never what I said. If you attack me on what I said, fine, you can even insult me on what I said, but don't act manipulative. You said that something happened to you. Just because something happened to you, that does not grant you the access to be malicious and manipulative. That is not what I said. Okay, if you say that that is what I said, if I said that there are no northerners living in Igbo land, how can I at the same time say that they are being attacked? How does that fucking make any sense? If you want to lie on my name, lie with your common sense. Don't lie stupidly just because you don't like me. And you are forcing me to come back to this topic when you could have rewinded. Why is it that you are not speaking on what I said about Fulani communities, women, children being attacked in the southeast? You did not, you intentionally did not speak on that topic. You now lied. You had to lie about what I said. Until now, you have not spoken on that topic, which was the main topic on the platform. You diverted it. I don't care what happened to you. It does not give you the access to be a malicious person. You tried to paint a whole community as bad against you, but you don't want to speak on what your community is doing to other people. You changed the topic from South Africans to make it, to paint another community bad. And you want us to move on and take it. Every time you do manipulative shit and you want everybody to take it. No. If you want a true Nigerian system that will succeed, it must be a system of justice, not a system of manipulation just because something bad happened to me before. I now want to manipulate and be malicious against everybody. You are not different from the APC that you complain about. You don't want a system of justice. You want a system that favors your narrative. You don't want to face the truth. You want a system that favors your narrative. You are only complaining because you are not in the seat of power to destroy people's lives. That is the only reason why you complain. You don't want a system of justice. Rewind the video, manipulative people. At your old age, you are doing manipulation, and you are wondering how the country got to this level. And you are saying that we, the youth, we are better because we want a system of justice, not a system of manipulation. Let me focus on NDC. I'll do my point. In terms of NDC, APC people, and I came here, I've come on this platform, I told you people that APC people have entered NDC already. I said this weeks ago. People in the comment section were calling me Yoruba bigot. People in the comment section were saying I'm APC boy. When you tell these people the truth, they don't want to listen because to them, everything is an attack. And the reason why they think everything is an attack is because they attack everybody. They never argue back. They never argue with facts. They brought AI to come and be arguing what I did not say, but did not use AI to attack what I said. So this is the things that they do all the time. Now your Obi is going to the ADC, to the NDC that APC has already infiltrated. What is worth doing is worth doing well. I came here, I complained about a culture of wuru to the answer. Is it not wuru to the answer that allowed ADC to be having all these court cases? I told you, Tinubu is from my tribe, and I'm telling you the strategies that he used. He will not completely destroy you. He will put your head under water, make sure that you struggle to breathe, and when you are about to buy, he will bring your head out. NDC is going to continue to face this court case. They will take it to Supreme Court. He will tire you out till you don't have enough time. By the time you have done with all the court cases and you want to now strategize, it is too late. You want to go to now, you now say you want to go to NDC, going up and down, instead of you to do the work right. This person that you are trying to attack has been trying to be president for decades. This person has been planning and plotting, and you think wuru to the answer is going to clear him out. You don't. The narrative should tell you that these politicians have not changed. They have not repented. You have AAC, you have SDP. Why are these politicians that claim that they want to change this country not move to a party with an ideology that actually wants to do good for the country? Instead, they want to go to parties where they can manipulate. They want to go to parties where their system of injustice has always prevailed. Their system of injustice that they tried to do in ADC did not work. Now they want to go and decamp and go to NDC to continue their system of injustice. These are politicians that have not repented from their evil ways. And they just want to deceive people because they know that people are desperate. When they go to NDC, I promise you, they will face the same issue again. Now you have the chance. Either go to AAC or you go to SDP. But these people, they don't want Nigeria to have justice. That is why they will never go near that party. They will continue to surround themselves by thieves. Even if Obi goes to AAC, I would prefer him to be the presidential candidate than Sowore. If we do primaries, Obi will win it. Obi will be the presidential candidate. Just push for a system of justice, but they don't want to do that. They still want to be doing wuru to the answer. They don't want to change. They don't want to change. That is just it. Let us tell ourselves the truth. Nigeria is not changing anytime soon.
All right, thank you, Sally. So Femi, let me just make sure. Femi, you spoke on this topic because you're too quiet sometimes. I may just...
Yeah, sometimes
if you already spoke on the topic, that's okay. I just want to make sure.
No, I mean, I did, but for the most part, I was enjoying the discrimination.
If I will play the devil's advocate a little bit, I'm so sorry. I rewind my TV and I listened to everything that Soli said. Soli, you missed it. It looked like you also talked, but you didn't hear yourself. If they want, I can play it so that everybody can hear. You make some utterances that was not really good.
I think
I rewind it, I post it, I can play it if you want. Or you yourself too, for us to let the show go. Please, you go back to and go listen yourself.
Let's just move on. Let's move on.
Oh, okay, thank you.
What they landed on was me saying that Northerners are not living in Igbo land. Did I say that? Did I say that?
You said it deprived them land and they live everywhere there. You said it. That's why I said you two rewind it, or if Doctor wants, I post it right now. I can play it.
No.
Or you just go back and listen.
Mr. Paul, the argument was they are not living in Igbo land. Are you telling me there are not cases that did not deprive them of land?
All right. See, this is why
let's not hold the show. Just go back so that the show can go on. But if Doctor wants, we can play it back.
I know exactly what I said. You can't twist what I said. So all the attacks were attacks against me, saying that they are not living there. There are cases where they have been deprived of land. And Mr. KJ even gave an example where he said that they were being dirty and they had to remove them. So
hold on. So you know something.
All right.
Sorry,
that's
Sorry, let me say this. You don't shave a man's head in his absence. I'm here, both yourself and Saxonia is quoting me. I'm quoting me out of content. I said when I was referring to the fact that Donald Duke, who removed them from the center of Calabar, he didn't remove them because he didn't like them, because not because they were dirty. So let me put that in context. They poo-poo from their animals, and the place where they keep their animals were always not put in proper decency. It was considered a nuisance in Calabar. And so the governor, at the time that he was there, decided to say, okay, no, you know what, let's settle you guys in a different place where then we can now clean up this place. And since it's the center of the city, just like, this other guy came in and said, Amausa was at the center of some of the cities in Igbo land. Nobody deprived anybody of land. This is
let's move on, man. Come on.
No, we're not moving on, because you bring it in and then you say, let's move on. We're not moving on. Now, this is something that
I didn't bring anything. I spoke about South Africa. You spoke about Nigeria. Let's move on. Come on.
That his in-law, the people didn't give his in-law. They say eventually the people came out. The in-law came out and said, look, they even gave me the thing free of charge. They didn't even ask me for money, because they say we don't collect money from our in-laws when they want to buy land. Let's stop this thing. Okay? If you guys are not brave enough to go and live in Igbo land, there's no need to verify the people based on that. Okay? It's okay that you don't want to live there. It's okay. We're not asking for people to come and live there. And if now, Rudolph, what I want to say is this. They have now decided to make railways for the other regions of Nigeria now. They've not included anyone in Igbo land now, or even in the south side that they're talking about here. If we now come and say, why didn't people put railway in Igbo land? It would be that we're always drawing attention to ourselves. But now that they have taken the money from the south and they're using it to develop railway, okay, running around, leaving out the 11 most viable states that this railway can benefit. They're leaving them out, which is some part of the south, most part of the east, and some part of the middle belt, where the food and everything is. They've been left out. If we talk about it now, it will be the Igbos are always complaining and calling attention to themselves. We hold anybody mouth from talking about your own problem. Did you stop you? Now, I speak the truth says, I wasn't even talking, the reference I made about boundaries were about South Africa. Remember, I first said the boundaries that were drawn during the Berlin conference. Were they original boundaries that were there before it was drawn? No, but we have been defending them with our lives, haven't we? And I gave an example of the Yorubas. Okay, what's going on?
I don't know. We can't hear you. We can hear you a little bit.
That's just God saying he don't want to hear all this. That's all. Like, let's
all right.
Come on, let's go.
You are running out of points. It's okay. It's okay.
Speak now.
Wait for Rat. Wait for Rat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can the oppressed speak?
KJ, thank you. We can hear
KJ,
you.
you are a landlord. Yeah. Wait
Thank
for
you,
Rat.
KJ.
All right. Are you ready, or should we? Okay.
Yeah. So sorry. What I was saying is simple. We didn't draw those boundaries. They were drawn for us. There are Yorubas who have relatives in Lagos State. That's what I said. And there are Lagos people who have relatives in Benin Republic. That's an international border. I'm not even talking about within Nigeria. I'm talking about the fact that we're defending those borders that we didn't even create. So why then do we have to keep defending them? And then somebody is saying, no, we need to. We don't have any border. We're defending what was created for us. So there shouldn't be any problem with that. Okay, whether we are going to bring unity in Africa or not, it's not going to be by what we are having right now, because there's no real unity. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Finally, we hear from Ife. Take a break and then we rant and go to the next.
Good evening, everybody. Anyway, good evening, everybody.
Save 1 minute for me. They're oppressing me here.
I will defend you. Don't worry. You got me. I did give it for you, Femi. Calm down. I did. So far, my mom is not watching. I'm good. Good evening, everybody. Uncle Ike, good evening. Good evening. Good evening, my love. Let me tell you what my sister said. Uncle Ike, before she left, she said, no, let me shut up my mouth. I will tell you in private. Anyway, I will tell you in private. But with all due respect, good evening, everybody. Femi, good to see you. Ovia, my love. Boom, boom. What's up? Anyway, Uncle KJ, good evening. Papudoka. So, of course, I've been listening, since you started the show, and there's so many things. I'll just go here and there. The issue about South Africa, I agree with what you said, Uncle Ike, 1000%. I mean, what is happening in South Africa is not different from what is happening in Nigeria. So I don't even know why that should be a problem. In a country where, because of tribe, you will have somebody tell you to get out of go back to your state, and develop your state and all that stuff. So, I mean, I don't even know why we're talking about it. It's the same. And you guys, you know where I stand, and I will continue to stand on it. If we cannot live together, then we need to go our separate ways. That's where I stand, whether you like it or not. Anyway, that's by the way. The problem is that Nigeria is bleeding. Whether we like it or not, Nigeria is bleeding. I have consistently said, are we actually practicing democracy in this country called Nigeria? If this is what you define as democracy, then this is how we're going to run the country called Nigeria. At some point, we're going to get tired. And at some point, this country is going to disintegrate. It's just a question of time. If we keep going the way we are going, it's just this new generation, this Gen Zs, they're not going to have it. Like our parents, they let a lot of things, slide, and they don't want to talk about it, or they didn't talk about it. And this is what got us where we are today. I'm going to talk about Justice Crack. I don't know if you people know about this young guy. Nobody, I don't think anybody said about it. But I wish I can, speak up, but this is an opportunity for me to talk about him. I was just looking at my phone. The army, they have finally released a statement stating that he is under their, no, they have handed him over to the state other authorities to handle the case. And again, you ask yourself, what did this young guy did? He just spoke up. Two things. He was the one that brought the issue of the food that the army, the food that they were being given or being served, that's not even up to 1,000 naira. We saw that, and I think we mentioned about it. I can't even give my dog that food. He said about it, he brought it to us, and we knew about it. He was the one that talked about this, the youth copper that was, died sometime last week. And, army, they tried to cover it up, and, he brought it to Limelight. Now they have taken this guy just because he spoke up. They released a long statement. And listening to Very Dark Man, what he said yesterday, maybe he got information, because what he narrated yesterday, Literally, that's what we are hearing from the military, right? So whether it's a coincidence, I don't know. But honestly speaking, we don't have freedom of speech anymore in this country. When you don't have a freedom of speech in a democratic country, there is nothing like democracy anymore. So if this is what you people call democracy in Nigeria, let us divide. I keep saying it over and over and over again. Let everybody go their separate way. If you think Nigeria is going to move with the way we come here every day and fight and talk about Igbos and talk about Yorubas and talk about, God bless Sola. Sola, thank you so much for, I'm even glad that you are Yoruba, that you're able to be fair and analyze this. I keep saying it over and over again, like he said that his best friend is Igbo. You hear me say it all the time. My best friends here are Yoruba, Mama Wale and Alaja. They are my best friends, But when you listen to them talk, you know that there are people who are educated, people who have sense in them, But as we go with this issue of this election coming up, we know that the country is not working. Tinubu don't give a F about anybody in that society. He only cares about himself and all the people that are under him. Recently, we heard our Mrs. Tinubu. I think they said he's going to share rice to the Northerners. And my question is, why are you doing that? It's not out of love. You are doing that just to buy the Northerners because you know what is about to happen in the next election. Why Northerners? Why not give that to the Southerners? Why not give that to the Easterners? Why not give that to the Westerners? Why would you buy 12 trucks of rice? And, I don't understand these politics we play in Africa. Whenever it's election time, you start bribing citizens. That's not what democracy is. And that's why I keep saying that we don't practice democracy. When you are in a civilized country, on the day of election, you wouldn't even campaign. You just queue on the line, you go vote and leave. Who you voted for is your business. Nobody's going to bribe you. They are campaigning. Election is coming up in the state of Georgia. They are campaigning. Everybody's in my mail is just full of vote for this person, vote. That is how you vote. You don't threaten people. You don't, just go and fight people when they move from one party to another. Like Paul, my brother, said that Tinubu is literally making Peter Obi to be a political prostitute, which is true. There is nothing wrong. Paul didn't say anything bad, but that's true. What Tinubu is trying to do is to run the election by himself and let him be the only person that's going to be on the ballot. Is that a democracy? If you say that you're a master strategy, is this the strategy? When Tinubu came in power, I had so much hope. I trusted him. I said, let's give him opportunity. Maybe he will prove us wrong. He did not. Here we are, 2026. This is just the 3.5 years. We're already seeing what is going to happen. God knows if he comes back in 2027. This is going to be shaggy promise. So let everybody fasten their belt, tighten your seat. If he wins the election with the way it's going, because that's what it looks like to me, because I think it's not stepping down. So we're going to have literally 2023, the same thing that happened in 2023 happened again in 2027, because the vote is likely to be divided. I don't know what Atiku is still looking in power. I don't know what he's doing there. He's 80 years old. He's supposed to step back and let this younger generation take over. Another thing that is so concerning to me in Nigeria is this: buying of the form, the electoral form for people to contest for election. Why should you make it so expensive? Meaning that if you don't have money, you can't even buy the form. Thereby, you have the same group of people be in power for 20, 30, 40 years. Since I was born up until now, it is the same group of people that I've seen in power. It just may be very 1, 2, 3, 4 people. So what is happening? Yaya Bello is coming to contest the election. This is somebody who has a case with the federal government. And this is democracy. I don't even understand what we are doing in Nigeria, honestly speaking. So if we cannot fix this country as it looks, because that's what I'm saying, let us go our separate ways. You cannot force somebody to be in a marriage that they say they don't want to be. If it's not working, let us divorce and go. I know Paul is going to come after me, because Paul is going to ask me, so if I want to go to Igbo, I will need a visa. Yes, Paul, if you want to come to Igbo land and you have to get a visa, Paul will get a visa. That's where I am now. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we will rant. Those at the back end that we want to hear your rant, we'll give everybody 2 to 3 minutes to rant. Thank you, everybody. right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying with us for this long. It's 4 hours into the show. This is the last segment. We're going to do the rant. I'll give everybody 3 minutes for a rant, even those in the, I know some people at the back end, I will bring you up.
Doctor, if you cannot keep to 3 hours, how do you expect Tinubu to keep to 4 years?
You are the people who are making that impossible to do. When I say 2 minutes and then people will speak for 4 minutes and ignore my bell, what can I do? Also, I haven't heard from forefathers. Forefathers, if you're watching, let me know because the second show should start immediately after this one. But if you are not available, I hope you're okay. Then we will have to end it as soon as we finish the rant. All right, so let's start the rant. Let me start with this video. I know that if you mentioned the issue of the guy who was complaining, who made videos and was arrested, that's an update on the story I told at the beginning of the show. So I talked about Justice Crack, who made a video complaining, bringing out the issue of how they treated, how Nigerian military were treating the soldiers in the fronts, the kind of food they were giving. But that wasn't the video that actually, I think, put him in trouble. That may be one of it, but one of them is this one. So let me show you guys a little bit of that. We showed it at the beginning of the show. A video of a youth couple that was killed in Abuja, and the story that the military put out as what happened, they didn't make sense.
Positioned in Nigeria to kill anybody. We are just moving corpse. We are just waiting to be dropped. If Boko Haram kidnappers do not kill you, the law enforcement agency can kill you and nothing can happen. Now, if you may know, the Nigerian military released a statement stating that Abdul Samad was killed during a crossfire. Now, what that means is that, according to the explanation by the Nigerian army, they said that there was a robbery attack in Abdul Samad area. They went there, to repel the robbery. At the process, a flying bullet hit Abdul Samad. That story does not add up. That story is not true. The reason why I'm saying it's not true is because based on the videos we have and the testimony of Abdul Samad's sister and the neighbors, look at this video. You could see the military that shot Abdul Samad, the army personnel that shot Abdul Samad, those two army guys that is still unknown to us right now. They jumped fence. They came in through fence. Okay? And if you look at the bullets they fired, at least you could count like 1, 2, 3 bullets. They didn't, it was not one targeted at that door. Now, Abdul Samad was not outside during that period. He was inside his room that you cannot just access. You will pass the passage, the sitting room, before getting to Abdul Samad's room. So the flying bullets crossed the door. The first flying bullet did not make it. It hit the door. You could see it. The second flying bullet entered and hit the wall. Then the third flying bullet eventually splitted the head of Abdul Samad. It must really be a very deliberate flying bullet to kill Abdul Samad. And the military are telling us, telling Nigerians that it was a crossfire. You know why this thing is paining me? It's paining me because few days ago, I was here on this social media space crying on how the Nigerian army should be treated well, the kind of food they eat. Even as I'm making this video, people, the army personnel in the war front or wherever they are in Maiduguri, they are still sending me videos and pictures of the kind of food they give them. So I'm having this feeling right now that the people I'm defending are still the same people killing us. Now, the Nigerian police, you people need to come up and tell us the truth. You people saw those two army that killed Abdul Samad. You saw them. They wrote statement. What did they write? The Nigerian police need to tell us also Was there actual armed robbery attack in that vicinity? Armed robbery happened. Is it not supposed to be police that respond to armed robbery? Which time army can't enter? The police, were you informed that there was armed robbery attack in that vicinity that time? The Nigerian police need to tell us this. And the Nigerian army, people need to tell us the truth. Because I'm scared. I'm scared to, I'm so scared that a policeman can just shoot somebody and say there's a crossfire, everybody move on. Army can just shoot somebody and is a crossfire, everybody move on. So Nigerians, Abdul Samad's death is not something we should sweep under the carpet. We must investigate and know what actually happened, because it looks like assassination. Because if we don't investigate and get the true facts of what's really happened, you and I, we're in danger. We're not just in danger because of the terrorists, we're also in danger because the law enforcement that's supposed to protect us might still be after our lives. Please, Nigerians, chook mouth. Because they say, burial rice they sweet when they no cook am for your compound. Until they cook that burial rice in your compound, that's when you know that burial rice is tasteless.
That was this is the wife now speaking.
Till now, I've called his line from that Tuesday. I've been calling his line. It rang once and nobody picked. Ever since that time, no, it didn't ring again. The messages that I've been sending to him, all delivered once, And I thought, I was just confused whether I didn't even know what was happening. Like I said, it's unlike him. If he's late, he will call me. If he's not, he has never even slept out of the house. So, I don't know. Please, Nigerian government, I need you to please bring my husband back to me, back to my children. They need their father. My daughter is just 6 years old. My son is just 11 months.
All right. So maybe this will be my rant. Last week we talked about media. A lot of people on this platform were talking about what the people in the media space are doing that it's not too important. It's easy. That there's no need for structure. There was nobody to issue a press statement saying that this our staff is, we can't find him. It had to be the wife that will come out and be begging people. No newspaper carried the story. Nobody knew what happened to her, to him, not even the wife. And from Ife, I'm hearing that the military finally issued a statement saying that we have him. This is what happens when there is no official media. There's a reason for the madness. There's a reason why there are fences. And for us, we're moving in that direction where everybody is pressed. There's something wrong with that. But we also have to be looking out for those people because they don't have the traditional structures that media all over the world that they have. If this were to be a reporter from Punch that was missing for one day, didn't come back from an assignment, one press statement from the Punch will be everywhere in the world. All media across the world will be reporting it. This guy could have been killed and nothing to end there. So while we consume the press, information coming from the media, from citizen reporters, we also have a responsibility to care about them. If people in the media space tell you the preparations they make before they go to some assignments, you'll be surprised that it's not just easy. It's not just simple as carry a camera and go there. This person was just didn't go to the space where things were happening. It was just a commentary. It could be anybody here. It could be after you finish speaking here, you are picked up. All right, that's it from me. Let's start. Yeah, if you want to say something.
Yeah, Papudoka, you know the interesting thing about this case, you know, they lured him because he told his wife that he's going for a meeting. Why did you not tell him that we are inviting you? His car, they just discovered that his car was parked in the army headquarters somewhere there. Like you said, he could have been died and nobody will ever know what happened. So this is our country. What is army with what he said? What is their business with what he said? All he said, he just make it like you said, he just made a comment. Anyway, go ahead. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'll give everybody 2 to 3 minutes to rant. Let's start with you, Ike. On any topic, it doesn't have to be this, so you can go on.
No, thank you for bringing it up. Dr. Damages also. When I came in the first time, I was angry. It was because of this particular case. I talked to somebody in Nigeria on a private phone concerning this justice cracker. You know, Nigeria, the military has no right to hold anybody. The law of Nigeria forbids the military to hold any Nigerian. If you arrest any Nigerian, hand them over to the police. You know, but this is not the case. We thank God for the people who were tracking the phone, who were tracking the conversation, who were tracking the car. They used so many means to track where finally we saw the car where it was in the military base. You know, so it is good for people to speak out, right? I want to thank the Nigerians who were able to, you know, to do this, you know, who continue to speak and went about it. It's sad, you know. I'm not one of the people who think journalism is an easy job. I never believed that it's an easy job. You know what pained my heart so much was when we are talking about this. The same one of the military officers who was on Arise TV, Rufai Hussein, asked him the same question. He admitted it and confirmed it that it is 3,000 naira for feeding for the military men in the war front. A major general in the Nigerian army, or general, I don't know what is his rank in the military, that Rufai Hussein they were interviewed. He admitted it. He confirmed it that it was 3,000 naira. Can you imagine a country, your Nigerian government, the people that are defending us, the people that are in the war front trying to defend the country, they are giving what can 3,000, the food of, how much is a loaf of bread in Nigeria right now? You know, why the politicians and the so-called military officers with their big tummy, they sit in a big air condition with the chair turning like this one, and I'm sitting. They are eating the morning, and the young boys and girls who are in the war front are being starved to death with the kind of food that are being served. You know, so I hope that you know, they should release this young man, because what they did was kidnapping. They kidnapped the young man, they lured him, and they kidnapped him. And if Nigerians did not stand up, probably what we are talking about would have gone like every other one. So I am very happy that at least we know that he's alive, and the rest comes. But finally, like you say, it's 2 minutes. I want to tell David Mark and Arogo Sola that letter that was sent, they should tell us in a very clear terms what are the legal framework ADC has to go to the High Court concerning this case they have in High Court. They should make it public to us to convince us what are their legal terms, what are the legal, you know, they have prepared to make sure that they can be able to defend what they're going to do at the High Court. Because if not, like as I said here, 48 to 72 hours is going to be big in Nigeria. Because these people think that we are playing. They think Nigerians are playing. We are not playing. So I just want to remind them again that that letter, they should let us, David Mark should tell the supporters of ADC how legally are they prepared to face this case at the High Court. I stop here. God bless you.
All right, thank you, Ike. Femi, you're next.
Oh, okay. So, my focus will be on the frequent presidential foreign trips, especially when it as it concerns the fact that for the opt-in time, our Papa has gone back to France again, right? And I mean, it's not in dispute that presidents do travel. It's supposed to be a normal feature of diplomacy. But the problem though is that each time there's just seems to be that habit of leaving. There's no like okay, they will tell you after the fact that it's for engaging in diplomacy. Meanwhile, there's supposed to be a foreign affairs minister. You would like to think. On at other times they'll tell you it's for investment promotion, or in the case of when he went and came back from Turkey, is for security cooperation or multilateral negotiation. They'll be using grammar as if people are interested in grammar. And at the end of the day, you don't see any strategy. You don't even know if there's a purpose to the madness, and you can't tie it down to the fact that there's a lot of brewing problems back in Nigeria. There's persistent inflation. I like to joke, even though it's not supposed to be funny, that if the upcoming, I mean, technically we're in a global recession, whether we like it or not, with what's going on around the world. But as far as I'm concerned, Nigeria has perpetually been in a recession, so it's not like big news. But the problem there, but therein lies the problem. In addition to that, there's also the continuous widespread insecurity. And of course, you shared that video of what we've heard before from even Buhari. And prior to that, at some point, Jonathan, and even as far back as Yadwa and Obasanjo. So it's not just disheartening, it's also complicated by the caricature of what is supposed to be democracy. And I beg to differ with Mr. Ike. Mr. Ike, it's okay to lament about, and I mean this respectfully, I'm not speaking specifically to you, about this issue of ADC and all that. But at the end of the day, I just feel we're wasting our time. And I'll end this way, when Nigerians, when we are serious, Nigerians in Nigeria especially, would actually rise up. They will rise up. I mean, because for as long as we remain Nigeria, we're just wasting our time. Let me just end on this note. I just want to add a side note. There was something someone said earlier, and I was angling to actually correct that impression, that it's not true that Black Americans, because that's what it seems to suggest, make up a good chunk of those that collect benefits. Is that you would actually be surprised that it's the demographic that collects the most benefits in America are actually the whites. I just wanted to make that clear.
All right, thank you, Femi. Let's now go to Sola.
All right, okay. Number one, regarding the guy that was picked up, I said something earlier. I think Nigerians should start planning for, start training for being probably a military takeover. And I'm saying it because these cyber act, bully or whatever they're bringing up or they are purporting by the government is a way of shutting down people's voices. I don't see what is wrong in what the guy said. He was only analyzing. And even if you're going to invite him to say, look, we are inviting you. They did this to Dele Faro to me. They wanted to do the same thing to El Rufai. I mean, I'm not standing for El Rufai anyway. He's one of them. Whatever they do to him, that's his own problem. But in reality, he should have been more or less invited, and rather than coming and doing all those parades. I mean, the Kogi governor is still there, still pumping his chest. They're not carrying him. He's still living and breathing air. I just feel that we need to, as Nigerians, we need to stand up and we need to speak. A lot of people are still going to be killed, and that's just the reality. These people that are there, they are just like they are military guys but just wearing a civilian clothes. The way Tinubu has destroyed that country is more or less like he's just running the country in more or less a dictatorial way. There's no two way. We shouldn't more or less beat up around the bush. The only difference is just that yes, there is freedom of movement and a little bit of speech. Even the ones that are talking, they are being bundled anyway. And like I said, the only thing that is going to change us as a country is our constitution, is the rule of law. If if we have sound lawyers, and to be honest with you, we don't have sound lawyers again. I mean, they are dead, they are old now. Lisa Gakuba, Femi Falana, and the likes, Bumi Adegorowa. There are loads of them that they speak to truth, to be honest. But after these guys are done, who are we going to look up to? You know, because they looked up to the Bola Iges and the Oputa, and they looked up to these guys. But who are we now going to look up to when these guys are done? So I think in the longer run, we need to find a way to look at how we can solve our problem through the judiciary and as well as the constitution. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sola. Let's go to John Abba. John Abba.
Rudy, nice to have you. It's always good to see. I don't know whether your glasses is AI now or the one that Showore and police took from him because it's better than there. It's nice to see you. It's a good Saturday to be with you. Having said that, let me go to my friend Paul from Arizona. Paul, that's to let you know that I follow, even though when I don't have time. Paul was saying that Peter Obi is jumping from one party to another because of Atiku. So Atiku should abandon his own political career or pursuits of his own dream because of Peter Obi. How does that make sense, my brother? Having said that, I'll still wish you, when I see a good status on your status, I'll still talk to you. Let's swing to another thing. So, I don't know. In the 21st century, when man cannot live to his word, the measure of a man, what my father brought me with, is not with certificate, whether you have PhD or not. It's to live to your words. When a man says he's not desperate, then he will be like Tinubu, who built his party for years. I'm not supporter of Tinubu. I'll make that clear. But Peter Obi could not have patience to beat the LP. He could not even fix the problem in LP, but he will fix Nigerian problem. The problem in LP, whatever is going on that they do not agree, but he will fix Nigerian problem. When they say you are the flag bearer of a party, meaning they give you everything. So that excuse continue. But having said that, Peter Obi is a good man. A good man do not make you a good president. And especially you have played so many things. We don't have democracy. We are having Westerners stooges. We don't have no democracy. So for us to come here, sometime my heart break, and I say to you over and over, you that moderate KJ, and I ask, knowing what you know on some certain subject, how do you cope when somebody make argument that doesn't make sense? And you still move to the next person. I give you credit. Are you dyeing your hair now? Or be still black? I don't know how you make it, because to me, I lost my hair. My family, we used to have afro. I lost my hair because I can't take some of those things. I can't sit down and be hearing or saying things like that. Don't react to it like it's okay. Okay, let's move to the next person. When you know clearly that this thing doesn't add up to anything, neither will it help the next generation. Having said that, I give you guys credit for have the how do you call it? The grace, if I want to use the term of Nigerian, the grace to be able to move on. This, I've not been here. Give me a little opportunity because at my age, this thing make my blood pressure go when I hear and this attempt to shut me down and give me, because my age is not age where you mess with me anyhow. So we have it's a long walk to freedom. If I saw we have started, according to Obi, when I say it's a long walk to freedom, you say, have we even started? So we have to be serious for the next generation. If not, we're not going to have all those things we are talking. Tinubu is boarding plane to wake up by his bedside. He may be wearing even adult diaper. Tinubu is not our problem. Tinubu is a stooge. It's better for us to think and then we checkmate them and say, what you are saying. And having said that, going to the media and what that has happened, talk is cheap. Talk is cheap. Nigeria is hostile and all of us have part to play, but let us be serious about it. This is not a game of Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa. This is a game of humanity and our black race. Look at this. This is at risk to succeed the next generation. Thank you.
All right, Janaba, thank you so much for that. Let's go to Jide. You're up there already, so go ahead.
Yeah, before I rant, so this is up for everyone. I'm requesting. I mean, like, it's something I can say. I can also discuss personally with Dr. Damages, but I was also going to tell Dr. I actually want to plead Dr. Damages. There is one. So I have a mentor. He's very big on geopolitics. He's a geopolitical analyst. He's a barrister. He's a professor in London. He's a Nigerian British. I would really like if he's actually on this show to talk about insecurity in Nigeria. He's an expert on insecurity, Islamic terrorism, and imperialism and stuff like that. He's actually a Nigerian British. He's an expert, and I can talk.
Say no more. Just send me the contacts. Let's talk.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Okay.
We'll talk.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk on privately. I can even send you some of his content. It's one I learned a lot from. But anyway, that's by the way. Now, I've had a lot of things on the panel, like, what is the solution for Nigeria moving forward? Nigeria is actually in a dire situation. The election is coming up next year. Tinubu is currently not willing to relinquish power. And the oppressors, as always, they are re-strategizing. They are moving from one party to another without ideology, without any core intent, just moving from one place to another just to navigate how they will get into power. Not really because they are better off, not anything like that, but because they are also oppressors themselves. Either it is Peter Obi or it's Kwankwaso. I've always said it. Even if this guy that is in power is willing to even relinquish power, is it to this guy is going to relinquish power too? Nothing is going to change. And I've asked someone, I think it was Sister Ife, and I can't remember the other person, like, they made some profound radical solutions that maybe we should break up. Regarding breakup, it's a very interesting position to be in. But one thing I want us to know is that either Nigeria stays as a state, as a state, the way it is right now. Nigeria is a failing state. I believe that most of us agree that Nigeria is a failing state. But even if Nigeria has to divide, these are the things I want us to consider. Because we can have that serious conversation maybe on another panel or when I have more time. But this is my rant. If Nigeria should divide, there are things we should consider. And number one is our enemies. Nigeria as a state, we have enemies. And even if we divide into different ethnic lines, either Yoruba have their own nation, Igbo people have their own nation, the Hausas have their own nation, wherever, those enemies will still be there. It's not going to change. Those enemies will still be fighting them. But this time around, we are not fighting them as a unified, even though we are not united, I agree. We are not united, right? I agree. But we will still be fighting them, but even in a weaker position. And those enemies, and when I'm talking about enemies now, I'm not being vague. I'm very specific. Because all this pain, all these atrocities, all this evil we are having in Nigeria, they are products of these enemies. I'm talking about the Zionists. I am talking about the jihadists. I'm talking about the imperialists. They will still be our enemies. Either we are divided, or we are united, or we are separated. Those enemies will still be there. And by the way, even if all of us go across ethnic lines, like we separate, even if we separate, what is going to be the ideological grounding of each of these nations? We do not have any ideological grounding. Nothing. I mean, instead, what will even happen possibly is each of these so-called states will still align with their enemy. And it's going to make things even worse, right? It's going to make things even worse. So those are the things we need to consider. Another thing I was going to say is we need to look at countries that have separated and how they've associated with each other. Look at Soviet Union. Look at Ukraine. Look at Ukraine. Ukraine was separated from Russia. Look at Ukraine today. Look at some other countries like South Sudan. Look at countries like Pakistan and India. Look at countries like, what are they calling it? Somaliland. Okay, those are they are about to. They have not. So I'm not saying I'm not against the separation, but we can separate in the cleanest manner, in such a way that. But my concern still remains. Our enemies will still remain. Those enemies are not going to go away. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jide. Let's now go to, where do we go next? Dexter, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Oh, one question I'm not pushing back at Jide, but why don't we think that the enemies are more inside than outside? You know, we need to clean up the inside of us, the inside of the country. First of all, we have to clean up our own politics. We have to clean up our own system. Now, imagine if Europe, you had England, Belgium, France, Germany was one country. Or just let's forget about UK. Just imagine Belgium, Germany, Austria, France are one country. What do you think would happen? The Nigerian situation is not rocket science. It's the same thing that happened in Yugoslavia. You know, I don't want to denigrate the African man, but we need to start being creative in our thinking to solve our problems rather than hold on to ancestral beliefs of it's our forefathers left it to, so we must leave it like that. And it's things like that. That's why when people like Buhari say, "Oh, Nigeria is one thing. Nigeria must remain together." On what condition? On the bloods of people that are dying every day in the Middle Belt? Is that the condition under which we must remain one? Now, I'm not pushing for a divided Nigeria, but we must start being logical and intellectual in our thinking. Unity at what cost? And let's stop this idea of blaming the outsiders. It will get us, and it's part of the problem we're having in Africa. Instead of us to internalize what our problems are, we keep on looking outside to say, Rwanda is working today. Botswana is working today. Then we have to start looking outside. Everybody has enemies outside. America has enemies outside. Spain has enemies outside. Every country has, Russia has enemies outside. How come the countries that are working, China has enemies outside? How come the countries that are working, the enemies outside are not stopping them, are not destabilizing them? Well, until we Africans start, see, one of the biggest problems we have in Africa, and Dr. Damage is everywhere. Go on TikTok Live, go on social media. What do African ladies do? Throwing cake everywhere. What do African men do? Looking for money. It's clear that our priorities are just not right. We don't prioritize education. We don't prioritize STEM. In fact, when the African man wants to make money, let me just say the Nigerian man wants to make money, it's so that he can oppress. It's not because he wants to do one. Okay, just take a look at Dangote. How long did it take Dangote to realize that, look, all this money I'm making, in fact, I need to use it to do something productive for the country? And he's made a very good point. You have people buying Rolls Royce, buying private jets. Why don't you industrialize? These people why don't you look and say, okay, let's move. Look, we don't even need to be making nano chips. Let's go and make second generation chips in Africa. Why don't we go to the TSMCs, go to Intel and say, okay, look, the chips, the second generation chips people make, give us those machines, we'll make them for Africa. Why don't we do something creative? Why is it that the African man will be thinking that his enemy is his own? The same way, that's my job of the witch. There's somebody stopping my progress. There's somebody. Meanwhile, your progress is in your hand. You don't educate your children. You don't prioritize excellence. You don't prioritize meritocracy. What do you prioritize? Just rubbish. You want to make money so that we can oppress by the biggest boys in town. Look, we need a re-education. And Dr. Damage, the people that, like you, Dr. Damages, wherever you're lecturing, look, the lectures are not, those people don't need the lectures anymore. The lectures are now needed in Africa, in Nigeria. We need to carry all this and go back. I know that we will say, okay, the environment is not conducive. But look, I said it, these bad guys are not going to be a pushover. We have to push them out. Somehow, some way, we have to come together and push them out. If not, the next generation, the next 100 years, will still be saying the same kind of things we are saying today, and that will be a failure on our part. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Thank you, Dexter, for that. Let's go to...
Can I ask a question?
Paul, just go to Paul.
Oh yeah. No. There are many things I'm trying to manage. I wanted to say to Jide, we are planning to have debates on Friday.
Okay, debates.
Yeah, debates. So that will give us enough time to treat one topic in full on Fridays. So if you want to debate somebody, you can also pick somebody you want to debate.
Dexter, can I debate you? I can debate Dexter.
I want to debate if Nigerian and Biafra.
You can arrange that debate. All right. So let's continue. Paul, you're next.
Okay. Thank you. I kind of like what Dexter talked, but I think sometimes we see some things from the very surface. Great nations in the world and every other thing. When you travel to places like Malaysia, Singapore, the US, and the UK, and every other thing. When you go deep, for example, in the US, when you go deep in the Midwest and every other thing, you will be so shocked. You will think that God, sometimes it makes us as Africans felt that is American people really educated and every other thing. America is like talent hunt, where they discover you for something, they train you, they give you all the best materials. You can be good with that. But when they take you out of that place, you are more or less like an illiterate. We get that more in the US, not to say for everybody. These are the things. The people that make the US great today, if you go dig deep, they are not also up to 5%, as you might think education and everything. But they have good leaders who manage certain things that make the country great. That is what we are lacking. So you might think that people are twerking, people are doing this, people are doing that. My brother, they twerk scatter for the US. They strip, they legalize drug in places like the Netherlands and everything. They are still closing prisons. They do all these things. You see dumb people, you see people who don't go to school very well. White people are the ones that take highest when it comes to EBT, food stamps and the likes. In the US, you understand, there are people, the vice president today, go and ask, how did he go to school? His mother is a drug addict and everything. He live on the system. So these are the things. So when you blame, but what we are facing back home, it's just we have bad leadership who did not put structure that other people can follow. Then when you say all those things, what makes the US great? The things that affect us in terms of what we are doing, like my sister, if you will talk. If we try to practice to some extent the American system of government completely, we're going to enjoy Nigeria. What do I mean? The tax ban, like as we are fighting Tinubu today. Just imagine me from Delta State. I am enjoying my oil money because the oil belongs to the people of Delta State. And we pay our own fair share tax to the government and everything. The government take tax everywhere. Are you telling me all the gold that they are stealing in Zamfara will become one allergy? No, the gold will become for the state. And the state will make money off the gold and pay tax to the to federal government. That's how things work. Everybody will go back. You're growing up, places like Delta, if some of you who understand Delta back in the days, everything you know about Delta was sapele. You understand? Because of oil and everything, that is when worry started springing up.
They used to call it Safarian before Wafarian come because of oil. And that oil just make everything, it just make us lazy. We used to have supply port before you started even thinking of worry ports. When everybody go manage, just imagine Russian war and I'm going everywhere, Russian war and everything that is going on. Germany could not bear it, they go back to coal. Just imagine what we are going through with electricity. Think how much Enugu will make if they want to go back to coal. The system makes us lazy. The system render us. Nigeria, when you see a stark illiterate, will do everything possible to sell any of their belongings, to send their children to school, and you are saying that we were twerking. People are doing their best, but the system keeps failing us by the day. Look at some of us here who, like, they will cause us on the flip side, people who make money on the wrong side in Nigeria, some of them, not all of them, who even cause some of us that would they clean Oyibonyash, would they do dirty work and every other thing. We sustain that economy with that dirty job that we're doing. You understand? Because the system keeps failing us. So people should understand these things. And so that's why it is easy to say all these things. You understand? Every country have. I see this British joke where a white man said, they are taking our job, they are taking everything. They say, oh, did you go to school? Doctors and every other thing. He said, they're also taking our doctor. Like, you cannot go to school to be a doctor. So an African man will just call, they just say, okay, be a doctor. These are the things. So we must understand all these things. Let's not just, let's us not be beating ourselves too much, like thinking that, oh, we keep failing and every other thing. Then look, the Peter Obi thing that my brother said and every other thing, let me tell you, it's simple. The Peter Obi thing is as simple as everything. If you understand what they call Stockholm syndrome, when a stalker stalk you and every other thing, then you will do everything possible. When a girl tell you that she is not interested, you keep stalking the girl and every other thing. People tell the girl, why you don't tell her say they do? These are the things. But the stalker will keep stalking you. You understand? Tinubu is stalking Obi everywhere because Obi won that election. Obi come third. Why are they fighting Obi who comes third and nobody is fighting Atiku?
All right.
You understand? So Tinubu is the stalker. It's making Obi run because of he has to do something when the stalker keeps stalking him. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Saxonia, you're next.
Thank you, Rudolph, again. Well, something I thought we were going to talk about quite a bit, but we actually never did, was the issue of the guy that got shot extrajudicially by the police. And it concerned me because not quite a few weeks ago, we actually delved into that topic because I brought up something and people on the panel disputed it, and I said, we were talking about something completely different, and I said, even in Nigeria, if you get found with a gun, the police will shoot you and ask questions later. And people were like, no, that's not true. You know, there's, basically trying to say like there's rule of law in Nigeria, but now we see it, and it's like everybody's trying to just brush it aside and not bring it up. And this is the things plaguing Nigeria. I know people have mentioned the whole, there's a need for true federalism in Nigeria, how the judgments are carried out, how crimes are prosecuted, investigated, arrested, and also need for funding the army guy that got kidnapped. Then there was something some panelists said about dividing Nigeria, and I always bring this up. I always say, listen, it's going to be almost impossible, especially since the fact that we can divide it cleanly. Nigeria can never be divided cleanly. It's never going to happen. Now, maybe things are going to change in the future, but as things stand now, if you want Nigeria to divide, you have to be prepared for a long, drawn-out war. You have to be prepared for skirmishes. You have to be prepared for carnage and bloodshed. Insofar as you're not willing to see those things, it's not going to happen. And that leads me to my final point that I want to make. Someone's came on here, actually Dexter, and each time you mention outside forces, he has a tendency to always say, well, that's not true. Outside forces have nothing to do with what's going on in Nigeria. And like I said in the comment section, I think that's very infantile. I think that's a very, very, I don't want to say silly, but I think that's just a very sad way of seeing the situations in Nigeria, because in as much as, yes, there are bad leaders, and yes, the politicians are to blame, but who ensures that those politicians come into power in the first place, and who makes sure that these are the people that will lead Nigeria? It is the outside forces. Let's not deny that. And I'll tell you this present election that is coming up in 2027 is a do or die for the survivability and unity of Nigeria, because as I've been harping on and on and on, the United States, along with Israel, are going to interfere in your elections. There's no two ways about it. And if that will make them, if that would include the incitement that they're trying to foment through actors right now that we're seeing, but Nigerians are smartly shutting them down and kicking them out of the country. But always remember, they'll come up with new tricks. They've already bombed Nigeria as an excuse. Iran is over now, or it's almost over. If they don't start again next week, they have to get their natural resources from somewhere. And that somewhere is a weak country like Nigeria, and they're coming. Whoever's going to lead Nigeria next, I can tell you guys, stop wasting your time. They're going to sell you out. Whether it's Obi, whether it's Tinubu, whether it's Atiku, they're all the same. And whoever's going to be there is who Donald Trump and Netanyahu and the rest want to rule you guys. And the only reason they're going to let them rule is because they will sell the country out. So I'm not saying don't vote. I'm just saying, for all intents and purposes, it's going to be a huge waste of time for Nigerians.
All right. Thank you, Saxon.
Dr. Damages, please, I have 30 seconds to reply to something that I had earlier about the American system, us copying the American system. 30 seconds. So quickly, the American system in Nigeria will just not work. It's not possible, because for Nigeria to copy the American system, that means that we have to also carry out imperialist, we have to create an imperialist structural system, and that is not possible. That means we have to overextend our power outside and extract resources from outside to enrich our people, and that is just not possible. Nigeria does not have the power, Nigeria does not have the capacity, and Nigeria does not have the historical framework. And I'll just stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Ovie, you have 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
2 to 3 minutes, actually. 2 to 3. It's a rant. Okay. It's not for speech.
So, Dr. Damaji, after this show, I want you to pick up your phone and call your younger sister, the person of Chief Chimamanda Adichie. Because you committed a crime, she phrased danger of a single story, to which the ancestors before her put in a different way, that until the lion learn how to tell his own story, the hunter will always be the hero. I said that to say, you play a video of a young citizen journalist who is bringing to the conscience of citizen the ordeal of his fellow, citizen journalists. You could not see that connection, but you jump and decide to see it from one angle, from your own professional perspective, by saying that if to say that guy they work for Punch now, therefore don't they look for him. As publicly you are inducting your colleagues is not even enough, you could not see the fact that the last time I checked, journalists who work for Punch, Arise, and every other established media are supposed to be living with or in the same town, villages, city, and the same country with every citizen. So that now asks the question, who are these journalists behold to? The Nigerian citizen or the establishment that they're working for? Because the argument I made last week that the core of journalism is literally to report what you see as you see it and let the citizen deal with it, unless you believe the citizens are stupid. But that's not even enough. The core argument from last week has to do with money. If the media ecosystem cannot survive, as you journalists argue at every opportunity you guys get, is that without the money from outside, the journalism will not work. That means we cannot talk to ourselves effectively. Let me agree, okay, that money plays a role. But as the last time I checked, that money can also be sourced locally, communally, or privately. Because anybody can fact check me or quote me wrong. I mean, I'm just quoting off it here. For every billionaire, real billionaire, you have up to 30,000 billionaires. So money is not the issue in Nigeria. We should take our advice that we give to the South Africa through Ike, that South Africa should stop complaining. They should work hard and better their life. We should put the same energy in Nigeria. Work hard. That energy we used to go look for money outside, we should double it and get money from inside. Because it doesn't make sense that you are telling us publicly that the reason why journalists are not reporting from other media is because they don't work for their establishments. Why? And it does not cost that young man to report what is happening to his fellow. It doesn't cost you anything too, because you just reported it. So the fact that you are reporting it, that young man is reporting it, Punch is not reporting it, other people not reporting it, says a lot about us and about the profession we Nigerians is complaining about. Nigeria is not failing to see the hazard, the problem that journalism is going through. That goes to every profession in Nigeria. I used an athlete who was killed in Athens in 2000, individual representing Nigeria. That's also a loss. Somebody used the military, somebody used the other profession. Every profession has his or her own liability that comes with it. That should not be an excuse to say that we need money from outside. If we all agree that who pays the piper, they take the tone, why are we not acting the way things are going in the country? So that was my observation of your submission, Dr. Damage.
All right, thank you, Obi. Let's keep going. I think KJ, Sully, and then if you...
Thank you so much. I'm glad that you called me following Ovie. See, let me tell you something, Ovie. In the field, when you're out in the field, the chance of your surviving or even people knowing where you are is a split second. Split. Especially when you are doing a job that you don't have people surrounding you. And what Dr. Rudolph was saying is simple. When you're not in the mainstream media, there are very few people who can be able to stand out and be able to, create a news around whatever is happening to you. I give an example here when we were almost locked up in Niger Republic. And because we have somebody who is at the top, that situation was quickly settled out before it gets bad. It gets bad sometimes. Before they know it, you have been slapped many times and kicked many times. And like the one you quoted, the young man who was summarily executed in the public. If there was somebody who knew him, that probably would have been stopped, because before that other butcher came, they would have called the authority to say this person is here and this is what's going on. But you see, in the situation, in the environment where you operate, you may not have that second, somebody watching out to say, that's what Rudolph was trying to say. Somebody watching out to say, this our team went out today, they are not back. What's the problem? Because you're operating alone. You're just operating alone. You have no staff, you have no backup, you have nobody. Even sometimes it's just your immediate family that knows that you are out and this is where you are, this is where you said you are going. So it makes it a bit more difficult for someone like him to be traced, to be tracked quickly, and the situation handled. Now, having said that, we must understand something. We cannot eat our cakes and have it back. Okay? We are saying here that Nigeria is not, is indivisible. This indivisible is also a question of the creation of an artificial borders by our people who decide to call themselves colonial masters. We are defending this one to an extent to say it will not change. Yet we are also saying that the same system that have built us into this fragmentation, we have to hold it what they have built for us. We have to find a way to level out. Do we want to go back to our natural, the way we were operating before the division? And then what kind of government will suit us? None of you sitting here, including myself, who cannot in just a split of a second say what is wrong with Nigeria. There's nobody. We all know the injustice that is in the system. If an Igbo man tomorrow rise up to say, look, we don't give trend to other places, not give us, then we'll say, oh, Igbos have come again. But none of you now is saying, why is the trend going to run around the north, run around the west, but now not run around the east or the southeast? Nobody's saying that. And then you expect me not to talk about it because you call me a tribalist or whatever you want to call. No, I will not do that. I will not be afraid to talk. That danger of a single narrative is not only that it's a danger, but we will keep saying it because the lion has woken up now over here, and they will keep telling their story. Nobody can stop it. We are rolling. We will roll from the east to the north, to the south, to the west, wherever we need to. We will roll. Okay. Thank God for the social media. We are here and we'll tell the Igbo story. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Let's go to Sully.
Yes, I have like 3 rounds, but let me start with my own with Mr. KJ. Mr. KJ, we were going to give you an Igbo president. Yoruba people got beaten by Yoruba people to vote for Obi in Lagos State. And how did he end up? Obi said that we should calm down and we should go to court. We were ready to protest for him. We were ready to scatter the country, but Obi has investments in Nigeria and did not want it to burn down too, as we're burning down Nigeria. So we have tried our best. And your leader said that we should calm down. You cannot. What more do you want from us? Then my second round goes to Ife. When Ife was talking about the Yoruba people that she loves on the platform, she did not include me. And she even said that she trusted Jagaban. So Jagaban is better than me, but no problem. Then number 3, my own is Obi Cubana. Obi Cubana now, you see, all that he has done, Nigerians will rant. He's not an Igbo man. He betrayed the Igbos. He's supporting APC. He's going with Tinubu. He has gone to go and register for party tickets now. And most likely he's going to win. What does that say about Nigerians? Nigerians know what they are doing. When somebody says that, Nigerians know what they are doing. It's just that they think they can outsmart the system. They think that they are being sharp guys. But the problem is that they don't understand that there are sharper people in the system. There are people that will always be sharper than you. You can never be the sharpest. And that is what Nigerians are going to learn in 2027. You can try to talk to them now when things have not solved, and they won't listen to you. It is only when it is too late or they cannot change something about the situation, that is when they listen. So my own advice is that position yourself for 2031. No Nigerian is going to listen to you now because they still have the mindset that brought in APC. They've repeated it again. Okay, if you think I'm lying, look at the political play right now. What is the difference between what happened in 2023 and 2027? Is it not the same people repeating the same thing again? Obi went to go and meet Atiku. Atiku betrayed Obi. Obi now had to go to another party and then it's the same thing repeating again and again. Do you know why? Because they don't learn from their mistakes. They believe that nobody should tell them anything because they still have leverage. But one thing I know about Asiwaju, he does not used to forgive people. You will never hear him come out to rant and complain. And even now, when he complains, he's doing it in a joking manner. He's somehow gloating, It's not really complaining, he's gloating and boasting. But he does not forgive. If these people lose this political election, this will be the end of their political career. Obi, Kwankwaso, Atiku, this is the end of their political career. They just don't know it yet. If they think I'm lying, they should go and ask somebody how far. Or anybody that has challenged Tinubu, they should go and ask him how far. So they are playing with their career. What is going to happen in 2031 is we are going to have, it's not by choice, it is by force, because Nigerians only learn through force. We are going to have a new political stage of different politicians So keep an eye out for that. Nigerians are just going to have to suffer the 2027 to 2031. What is worth doing is worth doing well. That will rule to the answer. You will be forced to do things the right way, whether you like it or not. That is how you free yourself. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sully. Forefathers.
Yeah, greetings, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me. Greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and to the viewers. If I was to, which I don't normally talk about often, President Tinubu, what I see in him is someone that is willing to do anything to remain in power, not necessarily because he has something great to offer. And that is what bothers me about his drive and zeal to remain in office. And it represents some of the worst instincts of our people, where they are willing to do anything, stab their own brother in the back, just to get a little bit of peace, of notoriety, and as if ending up on the seat of presidency is some kind of glorious thing. And they forget that the purpose of power, the power has purpose. You have to have something to offer. And I think Tinubu represents the worst instincts. And that's why when some people were saying that Trump should bomb Nigeria, like Tinubu was going to be against them. Trump will sell you before Trump will, Tinubu will sell you before Trump will even remove him from office. He will sign all Nigerians away, like he has signed our health record away, something that Nigeria and Ghanaians even rejected. He signed it very quickly. He signed it, and he gave our tax information to the French. The guy is willing to do anything to remain in office. And if the opposition don't think that kind of person needs to be removed from office, and they need to get their act together to do it, and Atiku still remains selfish, and none of them can get, then they don't even deserve to be in office, because it tells you what they are like too. Because it tells you that they don't seem to understand how dangerous what this president has done to Nigeria. You know, our GDP, we are still struggling to recover to where he met it, and I don't think we are going to meet it even till the day of the election. The damage he did to the Nigerian GDP, the lives of people are not going to be better. Our ECOWAS is split in more than half. Poverty is all over the place. So it's insecurity. He has not even dealt with it. He can't even be bothered. He's not even dealt with it. Things are getting worse. And we as Nigerians, we think that this insecurity is not going to get worse. It can get worse. Look at what happened to Mali recently. When these terrorists keep attacking and attacking, you think it's going to remain the same. Tomorrow, they will come together. You don't know how they... That's what they did to Syria. They will come one day, and you'll find them, they'll run over the whole country and take the capital. You'll be shocked. I don't think that will happen in Nigeria. But if this trend carries on like this, and our people don't really demand that we need to up our security posture, this is going to be a problem. Do you know that the Tinubu government actually gave $3 billion to build the Green Line in Lagos? When Nigeria has such a heavy insecurity issue, why not invest that in recruiting and equipping the military and giving them better welfare? No, that is not his priority. How is, and if something that is costing the Nigerian GDP almost $50 billion every year, you choose to go and invest it on a train line, $3 billion on a train line in Lagos? That tells you the kind of person he is. That said, Nigeria, you know, I've heard a lot of people talk about how Nigeria they should break up Nigeria if it's not working. If Nigeria was a human being, it would be one of the most selfless nations ever, as itself. People don't realize how selfless Nigeria is. I'm beginning to discover that lately. Nigeria has done things that no other nation has done. Nigeria has made sacrifice for people, and this event that is going on in South Africa is reminding me of, you know, how sad the cycle is, isn't it? I was speaking to South African yesterday. I was saying, you know, Nigerians, sanctioned BP and even nationalized BP because of South Africans, and they prevented BP from selling crude oil to the apartheid regime. That it would be ironic that if South Africans keep attacking Africans like this, that Africans may want to boycott South Africa again. And it will be ironic that Nigeria joins that, because we boycotted South Africa before. because of these people that we are trying to boycott now. That the people we boycotted South Africa for are the ones attacking us now. It's like, how selfless can a nation be? All the stuff Nigeria has done in Sierra Leone, Liberia, Gambia, Benin Republic, Ethiopia, name it. I've compared Nigeria to many nations. None of them compare. None of them. That's how unique Nigeria is. The country we want to strangle and kill. No nation out there, I'm telling you this, check it. No nation is as selfless as Nigeria. And I don't think that is necessarily a good thing. But the fact that Nigerians are this way, and you even also know that Nigerians are some of the most generous people in the world compared to the income that they have. Why do we not see the good side of us? So after we are dead, that's when we will realize it. Because I don't think anything you're going to create is going to be this way. Why is it that the nation that is the most generous in the world is the one that people are angling to destroy the most? I don't understand that mentality. I really think that there is something the South Africans are telling us about going home to fix our home. Maybe it's something we should listen to. We as a people should really be serious about that and fix that country, because the country has so much potential, so much potential to do a lot of good, not only for Africa, for the entire world itself. Thank you.
All right, thank you, forefathers. And finally, we hear from Ife and Kolitede. If you go ahead.
Forefather, good evening. So I think I might agree with you a little bit, just a little bit. You know, we don't like each other. So this is the thing. If election is held today free and fair, you said something, the things that are happening in Nigeria, there is no other country that you can think of that, you know, something like that happens in other countries, except in Nigeria. You were not here when I talked about democracy, and I will keep saying it every day. What we are practicing in Nigeria is not democracy. We need to find out what is going to work for us as a country. Even if we have 20 oppositions against Tinubu and we have free and fair election, Tinubu will lose the election. If not, there is no reason why you would tell me that all these things that he is doing, is that what happens is that how a democracy runs? Of course not. My only happiness in all these things that is happening in Nigeria is this: everybody is suffering. I haven't seen any Yoruba go buy Gary and they sell it cheaper to the person than any Igbo or any Hausa. So everybody is suffering it. Tinubu is a selfish politician, whether we like it or not. Tinubu hijacked Lagos. We saw what happened where the current governor now handpicked his vice, deputy governor, now is going to run for the next election. I mean, who does that? Is that actually democracy? And then he took him to Aso Rock, where Mrs. Tinubu, welcomed him. So there is no hope for any ordinary citizen on the street of Lagos that is trying to, actualize his political ambition. So it must be who Tinubu says that's going to be governor in Lagos State will be Lagos. The only reason why he's doing everything he's doing, of course, I will tell you that West are supporting him. Of course, France are there. America, I will say they are supporting him to the extent. Look at our economy. I have never seen Nigeria, just like I've never seen America the way it is, what is currently going on in this country. I have never seen it before for almost 20 years that I've been in this country. I've never seen Nigerians escape like the way they are escaping. In fact, they don't even mind going to Mali, but let it not be that they are living in this country called Nigeria. Nigeria is the world poverty capital, and we are still up until today. So this is 4 years. Our president keeps telling us to endure, endure, endure. For how long are we going to endure? You are telling us to endure, but you're not enduring with us. That's why I have a problem. There was this nursing student that sang, I think it was in Benin, I can't remember, Edo, I can't remember Asaba. Now I'm Ahmad Bidi, so sometime last year. For 53 of those nursing students I heard, they were held back because of what they sang. And Mrs. Tinubu did not say anything about it. Why? And this is supposed to be a democracy. I have never seen this happen. The atrocities that is happening in Nigeria currently has never happened whatsoever since I know something that there is a country called Nigeria. How can you centralize the power to one state? Everything is in Lagos. Everything is in Lagos. Everything is in Lagos. How can a country, a nation develop when you have two states, more or less developed? How? In a country of, we don't even know the actual number that we have in Nigeria. So this is just approximate 200 and something million. We don't, when was the last time we conducted census? So we are not even sure how many Nigerians we are. We don't know our population. And literally you only have 1, 2, 3, 4 states out of 36 states. Everybody wants to go to Lagos just because of what? You have one international airport, you have one seaport. Pretty much that's it. If not, tell me what else that is in Lagos. He has, hijacked Lagos, currently hijacked Nigeria. I hate to say it, nothing good will come out of Nigeria with the way this country is being run by this present administration because it's their turn. So, I don't know where to start. Honestly, I don't know where to start. But one thing I know for sure, we can never have anything come out of this present administration. Mark it. Even if Tinubu continues, because that's what is likely going to happen in the next election. He's going to rig it, not that he's going to win it. He's going to rig it, and there is no way, unless the Westerners ask him not to contest. But as long as he's on the ballots, I think he's going to rig the election, not to win the election. Then our suffering is going to continue times 2. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ify, and thank you, everybody, for joining us today. Forefathers will host the next stream that we start immediately after this.
Doctor, how dare the king came to your city and you refused to report it?
Who came
to you?
Oh, you mean Charles?
Yes.
I know people were mentioning that. I don't think it was of any importance. Okay, but
it is because
let's thank
the grandfather.
Let's thank the people that supported us. It's more important than Charles coming here. Kulata, thank you so much. AY, thank you. T. Davidson, thank you. Real K, thank you. Alexander Gomez, thank you. And then who else? Santario, thank you so much. We appreciate all of you. Tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. U.S. New York time, 6:30 in Nigeria, we are going to welcome Dr. Malcolm Fabiyi, who will give us scientific polling numbers from Nigeria around issues of politics, security, and every other thing. So we can compare that to what we think is actually going on, which I think is important, especially at a time like this. Okay, on that note, I want to thank everybody who is here. Ify, thank you so much. Forefathers, thank you. Sola, thank you so much. Soli, thank you.
Well, Dr. Damages, let me ask you a quick question. These debates you want to have, which I have no interest in participating in, but I just want to ask, as I will be a viewer.
But there was one set up for you and Forefathers.
Oh, hell no. No. He's won. Give him the title. Hell no. That would be like arguing with a freaking wall. Like, hell no. I have no interest. So that's what I want to ask you. Who's going to moderate and who's going to judge? Because the people that are going to moderate will also have to have an idea what the topic is on. That's what I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, so we are going to, it's not going to be one person night. I'm not promising that my Fridays will be committed to this every week. I have only 3 months. 3 months to accomplish a few things before school starts again. But we are going to, some of our moderators, and it's open. Anybody who wants to moderate, we can arrange it if it's a topic you are interested in. We want it to be our own people. you know, we're not bringing external people, but people who appear here as panelists, you know, who want to debate any issue, and you can pick the opponent you want. If they agree, we set it up. I'm hoping that at this point, Pansat will come and debate somebody here, and we would like to see that happen. But you know, so that's the idea. There's no particular host. I will start the first one if I could get you and forefathers to agree to come on Friday. All right, Ike, thank you so much for being here. Ovia, thank you so much for being here. Jide, thank you so much, and all the people who joined us who are now here now. Those on the comment section, we see all of you. I thank you for participating. It's always important that you right, and I read some of the comments, even the ones that are telling me to remove everybody who is here. Those who watched at home, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate all of you. Again, we will see you tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa. And our guest.
Is Tunanja Fofara coming on?
Yeah, he's coming up with his the second part.
What the subject think about.
Yeah. Its subjects are different from this one. So, but thank you again for being here. I appreciate all of you. See you tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah. Before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha.